A very warm welcome from Sepang International Circuit. You're joining us just at the beginning of the warm-up session for the Underbone 150 class. This is a lively morning for the Underbone 150s. They're getting themselves prepared for Superpole qualifying, or at least the fastest 15 are. And everybody else is making sure they've got the setup for the race. It's a short session. But we will take a look and also think about some of the talking points from yesterday's 2 free practice sessions and qualifying. There was plenty to look at there. Daniel, what did you take away from yesterday's Underbone action?
Yeah, the practice sessions were somewhat what we expected. We saw a lot of the Malaysian riders able to really be comfortable here, especially with that they've been racing in the National Cup Championship. They've been really accustomed to Sepang, they've been used to the machinery. But I did expect Wahyu Aji to pull the edge in qualifying, but it seems that he was there, but just not having the edge on the likes of Izzat Zaidi, Fatih Sham and Hafiz Arofa. So perhaps we have seen Wahyu do 2:31 before, but I did have a chat with 3 of the riders and they said that happens in the perfect scenario when you have slipstream in almost every single part of the track. So it really depends. I think qualifying hasn't told the full story in the race. As we know, underbones can be really rapid and with the slipstream and everything. So everything can change.
That's right. And Wahyu yesterday, well, he led the first session. That was with the 2:35, and of course the pace got a lot hotter later on, and we were looking at 2:33s at the top in qualifying. And of course, like you said, the Malaysian riders headed the timesheets there. First 4 led, of course, by Izzat, and for me, one of the highlights was the return after missing round 1 of Fazli Sham. It's great to see him back and on his customary form.
That's right. It's great to see him back to where he's comfortable, and yeah, he did an absolutely amazing time, 2:33.3. So I think he's really proving the point that he is one of the legends of this category, shall we call it, and he's one to really look out for.
Yeah, definitely true. And we're looking at one of the Hondas now on track. That's Kiandra Ramadiva.
Yeah, this is one of the youngest. This is the youngest rider on the grid right now. He's 12 years old. I had a chat with him yesterday, and really fun little kid. He's really excited. And when I asked him about whether he felt that it was a challenge going against all these big names in this category, he said that he's just going to try his best and do what he can.
Yeah, he's 12 years old, right? So that's no fear.
And he's made it to Superpole as well, which is a huge feat for him.
Totally, yeah. So great to see young talent coming through here.
Kiandra as well, he hails from Indonesia and he's riding the SCK Honda Racing Team bike. That's the RSX 150. And oh, looks like we have a follower, is that Purepong?
Yeah, and it's stood up nicely.
That's a fast pacing crash actually. That's on at turn 12. That's really fast left-hander.
Yeah, let's see what we're still on board with Kiandra. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that was Purepong sitting there in the gravel, looking for a toe.
Unfortunate start to the day for Purepong, but we know he's got the pace as well. In qualifying, we saw he was in 10th, not too far off the group of the riders in front of him. And he will be in Superpole, so he has another opportunity to make it onto the higher position on the grid.
Yeah, he's a good rider, so if he puts together a good lap around Sepang, as we know he can do, but if he does it at that right moment in Superpole, then he could be further up the grid. And regardless of where he starts, frankly, he's capable of putting himself at the front and even winning this class.
Definitely, he's one of the riders that we know can contest. And speaking of riders who can contest, I'm just watching right here. I think that is the likes of either Hafiz Arofa or Ahmad Fazli Sham there. Looking at the style of when he was tucking in.
Yeah.
We've got some fast times. Wahyu Aji now fastest in warm-up, 2:26.3 to 2:54. We know that that's still a few seconds off what they're capable of. But it is just a warm-up. They're just preparing for the Superpole coming up ahead, the top 15 riders from qualifying at least.
Yeah, that's it. And just looking at the qualifying records here, looking earlier, it's around 2:31.
Yeah, it's an insane time from Wayaji, I think it was.
Yeah, and the one and only round we had in 2020. And they were looking at the fastest man in qualifying is at Zaidi.
He looked really calm, and I had a chat with him after the third practice, and he looked somewhat very comfortable, very confident with how he's been riding. So I think Izzat has really found something in the bag, and I think he's here to prove a point.
Yeah, and there is Wayuaji, who made such a good start. He is leading the championship after round 1.
You can see the way, the style of Wahiaji, the way he tucks in, he's just almost peeking around his handlebars there, and it's really a technique with his underboards. They have so many different styles of tucking in, and it's really amazing to watch.
Yeah, the whole thing is just to minimize drag, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Because you don't have a fairing like on the bigger bike, so it's
Yeah.
really a skill of the rider. How flexible can you be to tuck in? And it's really something to watch.
And as you were saying yesterday, one of the pioneers of this was Ahmad Fazli Sham, because he is a tall rider.
He is,
So the challenge of reducing drag has been the biggest for him.
he somewhat defined this style.
Yeah. I often wonder if he manages to dislocate his joints in order to make himself that compact on the bike.
Yeah, because some of them, you can even see with Wayaji over here, like the way how flat they are coming down the straights. I can't imagine the amount of yoga they would have to do to actually achieve these positions.
Yeah, and as you said, he was just peeking under the right handlebar.
You can see here, he just ever so slightly peaks on the right side there when he tucks in, and it's a real skill, I would say, to have.
Yeah, and that brings us to the end of this 10-minute warm-up session. We will be back with the underbones very soon. That was a bit of a rushed session there, but underbones will be back for Superpole at 10:40 local time here at Sepang in Malaysia. And next we'll be we've got two qualifying sessions, just 10-minute qualifying sessions for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So we'll be back in just under 10 minutes for that. And following that, 9:20, we've got the qualifying for AP 250s and Super Sport 600s. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So let's take a look at the results first. And just confirming, with a 2:34 is at Zaidi at the top, followed by Wayuaji, 2:35, and then Sirfik Rosli, Fazrul Sham, Kiandra Ramadiva, nice one from him, Shiraz Sharol, Gupita Krishna, Ahmad Afifan Ram in number 8. 9, Hafid Pratadmaditya, April King in 10th, Murabil Vitoni 11th, 12th is Ahmad Fazli Shan, 13th Hafisa Rosa, 14th Ayman Tairuddin, 15th Nazrul Izzat, 16th Pirapong Louis Boong Peng, the sole Thai rider, 17th John Emerson Inguito, the Filipino, Nguyen Antuan and Nguyen Duc Tan, 18th and 19th for Honda Vietnam, 20th Jordan Bardaru, 21st Giancarlo Maurizio, Dimas Juliet Moko in 22nd, 23rd Ashraf Daniel, and Oi Uezu having didn't make it out, no time for Oi Uezu. So we need to look at what's happening with him, because he was fastest in qualifying in round 1.
The one thing I did notice, Izzat Zaidi pulled at 34.0 on the last flying lap, and that's 1.5 seconds faster than Wayaji in second. It's pretty strong start to the warm-up for Izzat Zaidi. I think he's showing that in Superpole he's going to be one to look out for.
Yeah, he has a bit of swagger about him, doesn't he? So yeah, let's see what happens. We're taking a short break now, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes with the TVS Asia One Make Championship, the first of 2 qualifying sessions. We'll see you then.
Hi, I'm Frederick Mascado. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back, and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
And it's a very warm welcome and good morning from Sepang International Circuit. You're tuning in to round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at this iconic circuit in the heart of Malaysia. We've just seen the brief warm-up session for the underbone class, and now we're looking at something that has really gripped the attention of the Asia Road Racing community, which is the inaugural round of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And this is the first of 2 qualifying sessions. TVS have come to this championship having been a big force in racing in India, where they've done much to develop young riders there, and now they've extended that into the region. This is a series to promote the talent not only of Indian riders but riders throughout Asia. So we have riders from Malaysia, Australia, Philippines and Japan in this series. And looking at yesterday's qualifying, at the top was Thai rider, young rider Wacharin Tuptimon. If you're looking at the timesheets, you'll see at the top of every single one Vorapong Malahuan. Now Vorapong is the project leader for TVS Asia One Make Championship, and he is going out on track as a pace setter. So for example, in practice yesterday he did 2 laps, put in a time of 2 minutes 30 and then pulled off. So looking at the best of the rest, in other words, the people who are actually competing in this championship, Wacharin Tuptimon, the Thai rider, was the best of the rest. He did 2:31.5, closely followed by Fitri Ashaf, the Malaysian rider, who did 2:32.9. And then we had Indonesian rider Deki Tiono Aldi, another Thai rider Natapon in 5th, Kewa Ahmed from India in 6th, and in 7th, Kerwin Heinz Goldberg in 7th place, and in 8th, the Australian rider Felix Fleming. So these riders are now on their outlap, and we're looking there at Harit Farhan, who was, let's take a look, he was 12th yesterday. He did best time of 2:33 yesterday. Sorry, 2:32.2.
Yeah, Harith Ryan had an unfortunate fall at turn 4 in the last practice session yesterday, and I think he definitely would like to get into the groove again and find his way back, because he's doing a timing which he just needs to find about a second or 2, and he should be right at the front of the race, but still a little bit more to be found for him.
So expect him to move himself further up the timesheets from yesterday's performance. And this is where it matters, of course, it's qualifying. There he is again, and that's a good shot of this TVS Apache machine. It's a really good looking bike. This is the pinnacle of TVS's production. These bikes reduced the weight compared to something like 32 kilograms from the standard bike. They've increased the power largely through air intakes, which is evident if you look at the front of the bike. It's got that big open mouth and twin exhaust. It's a really trick machine. Just as we stay there with Harit Farhan.
It does look special. It looks almost like a prototype machine rather than a production bike. And one thing that I noticed in one of the technical details that we get from this bike, I found out that the carbon fiber rear seat area where the passenger seat will be, there is no subframe there. So I think that plays into the weight saving that you mentioned. To get 30 kilos off any bike is a true mystery. I think it's amazing to think that they managed to do that.
Yeah, it's nice engineering, and of course the engines they're running are the BMW 310 engines. No times coming quite through yet. Looking at some of the other well-known names, well-known names to ARRC, Jagan Kumar for the Indian rider has been out. We haven't seen too close to the top. But look out for him, he's running the number 1. As the number 5 bike there, that's Deepak Ravikumar, got a little bit wriggly under braking. And the number 2 machine there is Agung Septian, the Indonesian rider.
I was just looking at the character of the bike, and I noticed something from yesterday as well. The bike seems to have a lot of fishtail movements under braking, and you can see the riders really trying to correct that with a lot of blipping as they're going down the gears in the braking zone. So you can see there, a good shot to turn 4. The blipping is quite significant, and it looks like the bike just has that much torque, and it's just something that riders have to adjust and control. And Harith Farhan as well, we saw into turn 15, was all wobble there, but
was it Harith that locked up and went off yesterday?
I think it was one at turn 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's something that the riders have to adjust to, because of course every single bike has a different character under braking, so it's interesting to see.
Yeah, the other point while we're on the technical side of things, that they're running the A-Racer ECUs. So I guess that's they'll be using those to offset some of that locking up effect.
Definitely, the A-Racer ECUs, I've come to understand that it's one of the more advanced in terms of how much you can actually adjust, and that's why it's been the choice for a lot of the teams, especially in the different categories that we have. And it's interesting to see how it's come into the TVS racing program, and it seems to be doing its job. The timings of the bikes are pretty fast for its category.
Yeah, and the first flying lap there sees Harith indeed at the top with 2:32, which is a pretty respectable time. And if you want a benchmark, you could look at the AP 250 lap times. So we're looking at the best times yesterday around 2:26, but 2:30s not uncommon a little bit further down the field.
One thing that is nice to see is, of course, new manufacturers coming in, because we've had all this news of Kawasaki not being continuing in racing, but to have a name like TVS now in the championship, it does bring some new fresh air into it. But as that happens, speaking of fresh air, we have James Frederick Jacobs, an Australian rider, doing a 2:30.640.
Right, now that's not far off what Warapong did yesterday, so that's promising.
That's a really rapid time for him, and yeah, in the morning qualifying session, that shows that I think just from yesterday he's understood the bike much better and came in today with a really strong time.
Yeah, and good time for Agun, who was further down the timesheets yesterday. But he did a 2:31.6, which is also pretty respectable.
And looking down at the other riders as well, all of these riders have improved their times quite significantly over yesterday, and I think it's just a matter of the riders who are just trying to get comfortable with the bike, and you can see that they are now, and I think the times will drop even further into race time as they get more and more comfortable. Now we're looking at Arshad Rushdi. He's the Singaporean rider with a 2:52.052. Again, a pretty respectable time.
Yeah, good to see a rider from Singapore in the championship. There's two Japanese riders out on track now. Hayato Kobayashi, number 12, he just in your shot there. Just being overtaken, maybe, but I see I've got in a little bit too hot then.
Yeah, looks like he couldn't get the bike stopped in time to go around turn 9. It is a corner that can easily catch a lot of riders out. It's a very fast braking zone and a really sharp left-hander.
I just think that's James Frederick Jacobs leading that group at the moment, the number 9. Having a go at him on the outside, so that augurs well for what might the kind of battles we might be seeing later this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see Harith is trying to lock himself behind James and try to get that slipstream, but on the left there you can see Agung Septian got a good slipstream out of the second last turn. This might be a good time coming for him. He's got a purple sector in sector 2 and 3. So I think Agung will be hitting the 2:13, maybe in the low 2-minute 30s. We shall see now in the run to the line.
It's going to be the first over. Let's see. Good call, Daniel. 2:30.346.
Very good time for Ageng Septian. A lot of improvement from yesterday. And Jagat Kumar as well, a 2 minute 30.638 for him.
Yeah, we didn't see too much of him yesterday, but he is a well-established top racer. Very superbikes in India, in fact. So good to see him here. Good to see him showing what he can do. We've got 3 riders now in the 2:30s, so they're chasing Warapong's time quite nicely. It's impressive. And that does bring us to the end of that brief session. And the late lap, Ageng Septian finished at the top on a 2:30.346. Jagan Kumar 2:30.6, and then James Frederick Jacobs 2:30.6. And then we had the fastest Japanese rider, Hayato Kobayashi, on a 2:31.4. Then Arsiad Rusdi 2:32. Harit Farhan on a 2:32. He looks promising. Deepak Ravi Kumar on a 2:35. And Miu Nakahara, the second Japanese rider, did not appear in that session. And the next session is coming up in just a few minutes, as we take a look at the okay, so we'll be back in just a few minutes with the second part of the TVS Asia One Make qualifying. We'll see you then.
Jawa. Pakok Jawa. Dia pentingkan kawan daripada
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. We're here for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and you are just watching now the bikes come out for the second qualifying session of the brand new to ARRC TVS Asia One Make Championship. Just saw the first round and some impressive times coming through. I think Daniel, we saw 2:30.3 from a good Sepang late in the last session. These are very brief 10-minute sessions, but nevertheless that was an impressive performance by Agung.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the riders just improving greatly from their practice sessions yesterday, and I think the riders are just getting a lot more comfortable and understanding the bikes much better. And it's going to be interesting because they're starting to close down onto Vorapong's timing. So whether they can really reach the so-called master of this TBS machine or not is a question to be answered, but looks like they're getting there.
Yeah, in fact, Lagoon got almost within 2/10 of Vorapong's best time yesterday. So the pace setter is closing in on the pace setter. Let's see how he responds to that.
Yeah, I'm sure as the so-called example, he's going to be under pressure now.
Yeah, and a pretty punchy competitor as well.
Oh, definitely.
So let's see.
I think I noticed they're quite a bit more spread out than the 1A that we had earlier. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because they will have less slipstream for a lot of the riders.
Yeah, and it gives us a chance to take a good look at the bikes. I haven't seen Vorapong go through there. But it's a big wide open space for the 10 bikes on track here. Sorry, 8 bikes on. Oh, Yogi Kumar and Gung Septian are out again. So let's see how this shakes out. The bike just going through the bottom of your screen, number 7, that is Vorapong Malawan, the project leader here and pace setter. Looked like, did he go off there? Let's take a look as they go over the line.
You can see most of the riders starting to bunch up a bit. So with 7 minutes left, and this will be their first flying lap, they should get about. Most of the riders will only be able to do 2 laps. Some will maybe just get 3 laps.
Yeah.
In a huge slide there from Wachurin Tuktimon down into turn 1, and that's what I mentioned earlier. The character of the bike seems it's very aggressive on with the engine braking, so something for the riders to control a bit.
Yeah, it's a torquey twin, that BMW 310cc engine. But the hair is disappearing at the front of the field there. The shape of Vorapong, who is on his first flying lap. Let's see how the field catch up, because Agung got very close to his time earlier, as we were saying. It's KY Ahmed, the number 8, going through there. And also here we have another Australian rider. We saw one first time out, which was Frederick Jacobs. He, I think, finished 3rd in the first qualifying session.
Yeah, he had a great time as well. I think it was in the 2-minute 30s as well.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, so great improvements from the young Australian. This one we have Felix Fleming, one of the riders who comes from Australia as well, but he's racing in championships all over. He's in the ESBK as well, so well-experienced young rider and one to look out for in this championship.
Yeah, just 15 years old, I think, so it's good to see new talent, and indeed from outside the traditional region for this championship too, coming in.
And apparently he started off as well, Felix, he started from dirt track, flat track, so...
Of course he did.
Yeah.
He's Australian.
So following the shoes of the very famous Jack Miller.
Yeah.
See how he fares off in this championship.
Yeah.
And Jagat Kumar, the Indian rider riding with the number 1 on his bike. Yeah,
I think he recorded it to 30 in the first session, if I'm not wrong. And that's Kerwin Chang just going through. Shorten his name for the timing sheet purposes.
Kerwin Chang looks like he's on a decent lap. His first sector and second sector were pretty decent, but they're going to come across the line and we shall see how good they are. Vorapong already at 2 minute 30.1, but Deki Tiarno with a 2:30.344.
That's impressive. So the students are catching up fast with the master. It's only 10th. Gung Septian was almost within a 10th of Vorapong's time.
Interestingly enough, the Deki Tiarno's time is now. The only sector where he was slower than Vorapong was the 3rd sector, where he was almost more than a second slower than Vorapong. So had he not had a slower 3rd sector, I think he must have made a mistake somewhere. Could have well been a 2:29 for him.
Yeah, saw Dekigiano get a little out of shape with that on the downshift, as we were saying earlier.
Does look to be a bit of a wild character from the bike under the engine braking, but nothing that riders can't control once you get used to it. Just a few blips of the throttle going down, and it should keep the bike straight and under braking.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's something the engineers at A-Racer, the ECU provider, are looking at too. Take another look at the Filipino, Kerwin Chang.
There is one thing I love about this TVS machine. Looking from the back of it, seeing the twin pipes come up, it looks really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Either side of that carbon fiber rear seat, and as you said, Daniel, there's no rear subframe on that, so that's where some of the weight saving has gone. They've hugely reduced the weight of this bike, and they've significantly increased the power too. Carbon fiber bodywork. So it really is a trick machine, this one, the Apache 310RR.
So Corinne Chang, they're really getting loose on the rear of the bike at turn 12. He's on the gas there, and yeah, he's really trying to push for a good lap time. Looking at his sector timing, it's a good lap coming in for him, but nothing too threatening for the likes of Deki or Rapong.
Just watcher in coming through. He's a fast rider. I think he's had experience in the Asia Talent Cup.
Well, we'll see. If our screens are correct, the speeds that this TVS machines are doing.
229.29 for Watcherin. But Warapong has just pipped it again.
A 228.8 for
Hey, this is a nice game of cat and mouse between the old Thai master and the student, Thai student.
It is impressive.
Watcherin.
And Jagi Kumar as well, at 229.6 for him.
Yeah,
So
under the 230s. That's impressive.
one thing, if I'm looking correctly, the top speeds coming in from these bikes, and it's really impressive for the CC that they have. It's a 192 at the speed trap for Deki Tirano. He's got the fastest top speed as it is. And for a 310cc, I reckon that's pretty fast on the straight.
Yeah, I know that Warapong has got his eye on the AP250 times. That's his personal target. He's the target for his students, but his target is the AP250.
I mean, he's lapping on 228, so I think it's really respectable what he's doing. If he's targeting to try and better the timings of the AP250, that means he's about 2 seconds off what the fastest riders in the AP250 are doing. They were doing about 226, 227s. But middle of the group is around 228s anyway, 228s, 229. So very good times for Warapong.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit further down. This is a quick group, isn't it? The slowest time there, Varis Felix Fleming and KY Ahmed on 231s. So that's going really well now. They're really finding their way around this Sepang circuit now.
Yeah, come to think that 231 yesterday was some of the fastest timings in the entire group. So a lot of the riders really improving greatly today. Now we have just under 20 seconds in this qualifying, so I think by the time Warapong comes around the last stint, he will take the checkered flag. We shall see. We got some fast lap times coming from Watcherin as well. Watcherin, very good third sector. Deki Tirano as well, and a good lap.
So let's see how the order changes as we watch to see what the pace setter stops the clock at. 28.4. So another good time. We know he's capable of it. We know less about the riders behind him, so let's see. That was a nice improvement from Varis Felix Fleming. He crossed the line. I think he took about a second off his best time, off his previous best time. So he's on a 2:30.379, which would have put him second in the first session.
Yeah, they've improved greatly. And Deki Tirano 228.7, just 0.2 seconds off Warapong's timing. That's a great time for Deki Tirano.
Yeah, it really is. Jagan Kumar in the 29s as we look at the results here. So it's 228.4 for Warapong and an impressive 228.3 7.14 for Dekichiano. Watcher in on 229. Jagan Kumar on a 229.4. Natapong on a 229.6. KY Ahmed 230.363. Various Felix Fleming 230.379. And Kuin Chang on 230.9. All of those very respectable times.
Just to think how much they've improved just from yesterday itself. It's amazing to think that yesterday the 231s were fast, but now we're having a lot of the riders dip below the 230s, and it's really impressive riding from all these riders.
That's it. The bar has been raised. So it's impressive by these riders. The Agung Septian was the fastest in the qualifying Group A. That was a 230.346 as we just look at Fitri Ashaf, and Agung didn't record a time in that session. So that brings us to the end of the TVS qualifying. You'll be seeing the official grid positions a little bit later. Coming up next will be qualifying for AP 250s. Which Daniel will be at the controls for, and I'm going to go for a walk in pit lane and see what we can find out down there. So join us again in 10 minutes for AP 250 qualifying. We're going to take a short break.
Yeah, in the pre-practice one is good, but not enough. We still find the best setup because 1 year more, no race in Sepang. So we still find the best setup, and now is issue RSR new. So I will need to improve for next practice to get the best lap time or do the lap time record before.
So it's so exciting to be back at ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes. It was a really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve. So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good, and cheer for us. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a 2 year comeback here, so I lost too much the feeling, but we are happy because in 4 weeks we did that. We just finished feeling back. Maybe in Friday we will look to the group. So how to in Saturday and Sunday we can follow the top group again.
Halo, saya Rafi Kaupan dari tim Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Ya, saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan balap motor sejak tahun 2006. Latihan motor sejak umur 5 tahun. Dan sampai saat ini saya masih mengikuti kejuaraan Asia Road Racing Championship. Sebelumnya saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan Eropa Championship, MotoGP di kejuaraan Moto2. Saya tetap balap karena menurut saya balap itu bagian dari hidup saya.
So welcome back to the action. We're here in Sepang International Circuit for the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2, and we're here for the AP250 qualifying session, a 30-minute qualifying session for all the AP250 riders. Quite a long qualifying session, and the riders would have had really good understandings of the conditions and their machinery after 3 practice sessions yesterday. Now the combined practice, we had once again Andy Muhammad Fadli, the fastest all throughout the practice sessions. At 2:26.929 was his fastest time yesterday. However, his qualifying lap record in 2020 was a 2:26.647. So Andy Muhammad Fadli not too far at all for the Moto Sniper Tech racing team. But very close to him is Aiki Iyoshi, his teammate, the Japanese rider. He clocked a 2:27.386. So both the Kawasaki riders very close and very strong coming into the qualifying for today and race 1. We see this large group of riders all bunched up for the first flying lap. And of course the slipstream will come into effect for the AP250 riders. It is one of the most important parts in the Underbone and the 250cc championships. We're getting a good look at Piawat Patumios. Piawat yesterday, he was 8th in the combined practice times. He did a 2:28.529 as his fastest lap time, so not too far off the front runners, but he does have a little bit more work if he wants to reach the timings of Andy Muhammad Fadli, Aiki Yoshi and Reza Danica. Down the line, Reynaldo Ratukore, he did as well a good lap time of 2:28.476, but he was unable to improve on that. That was clocked during practice 1. And in other news that happened yesterday, Rafi Topan, he missed out on free practice 1, but he was there for practice 2 and practice 3, and he managed to do within the mid to lows 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So a bit more to be found for Rafi Topan, and this is his opportunity now in qualifying. Here we're getting a good shot at turn 5 here in long left-handed before the flip to the right into turn 6. Great shot of Piawat here. Here's a run into turn 7 and 8, and you can see all the riders just bunched up, all trying to get the slipstream. But one thing that we did notice in the practice sessions that can disturb your lap times is when you're all bunched up together, everyone's trying to fight for the inside line, and it just pushes the riders into positions that they would not like to be, and it really hampers the timings that they're able to do. Here again, we're getting a good shot as well, an onboard shot of Piawat Patumios on the Honda Racing Thailand, the CBR 250 RR machine. Here he comes into turn 11, and it's the long right-hander before a downhill run into 12, 13, and 14. And right behind Piawat is Fitriansha. Fitriansha, yesterday he was not really where we expected him to be. In practice 1 he did a 2:37.1, but in practice 2 he did show up with a 2:31.6, but still a lot to be found for Fitriansha. We're looking down the grid, leading this large group of riders. At the front is Mama Adinata Putra. Behind him is none other than the likes of the whole grid there. You can see the 2 1xx TKKR riders, the likes of Akid Aziz as well as Muhammad Muzakir. See there on the bottom right of your screen a great onboard shot at the front of Piawat Patumios' bike. He's trying to slip onto the slipstream. Andy Muhammad Fadli on a very strong time in this lap, and all the lap times coming through already strong lap times. And Andy Muhammad Fadli on the first flying lap, a 2:25.508. That, I believe, has beaten his fastest qualifying lap record. So Andy Muhammad Fadli at 2:25.5, that is the qualifying lap record as of right now, and that could drop even further. Aiki Yoshi as well, a 2:26.373, a really strong time for both the Moto Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team riders, both on the Kawasaki's. And this has really lit up qualifying early on, and Aiki Yoshi already on another fast first sector. That's the fastest first sector of this qualifying session, so I think we can expect these times to drop slightly down further. In the mix as well, Rafi Topan, a really good time coming in from his first flying lap, a 2:27.660. That puts him in 4th. And Angi Setiawan as well, a 2:26.819, a really good time from him. Anggi Setiawan yesterday, he only was able to do a 228.239, so he's already improved by nearly 2 seconds for himself. Now we're looking at the fastest rider on the grid, his lap time right on the bottom right of your screen, Sandy Muhammad Fadli there. But with a bit of traffic in front of him was Reza Danikan, sliding on the inside of turn 9 was Sandy Muhammad Fadli. Still 23 minutes left in this session. You can see about 10 riders in this group on your screens. Excuse me, and Andy Muhammad Fadli, look at the pace that he has. He's just pulling away from this group of riders, but Aiki Yoshi still very strong as well in this session. Good sector 2 coming in from him. Andy Muhammad Fadli, and I had a chat with Andy yesterday, and I asked him, it seems that Sepang is his favorite track, and he said that he's had a lot of good memories in Sepang, and he really enjoys riding here, so that really reflects on the timings that he's doing. Now you can see all the riders bunching up. You can see Idlan Hakimi there as well, the rider number 19 on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Team bike. He's trying to keep up, but it looks like he's raised his hand, he's going into the pits. And now we look at the fastest rider of the session so far, Andy Muhammad Fadli. He's riding alone as it is. His teammate in the group behind him, you can see that number 37 just at the front of that. And I think Aiki Yoshi didn't have a great third sector, but he comes across the line, improves further to a 226.199. The Kawasaki's looking very strong already early on in qualifying. Here's Aiki Yoshi, the Japanese rider, number 37. So still under 22 minutes left in this qualifying session. The riders still have plenty of time to head back to the pits, make some adjustments and try to lower their timing further. Now, my question that I'm trying to see is, will Andy Muhammad Fadli be able to drop that time further? Because a 225.5 is a blistering lap time for the 250cc category. And I don't know how much further he can push down, because he is really looking like the master of this category. As you're watching this group come around 5 and 6, Piawa Patumyos on a good lap so far. He's got a good first sector coming through. And here's once again a really good onboard shot. We're looking at the back of Aiki Yoshi from Piawa Patumyos' bike into turn 7. You can really see how fast turn 7 and 8 really is. Double right-hander. It's really the place with the 250cc machines where you have to try and stay on the throttle as much as you can. And you can see Akid Aziz, he's trying to take a reference with the 2 fast riders in front of him. Following them up into turn 10 and 11. You can see Aiki Yoshi down the inside of it. No drama from all these riders, they're looking very smooth so far on the bikes. I think there's Piawan right there, he ran a bit wide at 11. Looks like Piawan's time is not going to be a good one. He had a good first sector, but his second sector is letting him down, so I think he might head back into the pits. It doesn't look like a fast up from him. Aiki Yoshi sits up, looks like he's going to either he had an issue with his bike or he's just decided to pull away from this lap itself. He's having a quick look behind him. I was just mentioning how he might have been taking Piawat and Aiki as reference points for himself, but just within a few corners he's lost them. Now we're looking at Ray Ratakore, number 222 on the 1xx TKKR Racing Team bike. Ray Ratakore, he's the only one on the Yamaha still for the 1xx TKKR team. The other 2 riders are riding the CBR 250R machines. See the Nima Fadli, Akid Aziz, Piawat all coming into the pits. They still have 20 minutes in this session, so plenty of time for them to make adjustments. And of course, other than taking adjustments, it's a good time to take a breather, have a quick drink of water, and really recuperate and try for one last push before the qualifying session ends. That's some names that we expect to pop up in qualifying and really do a challenge at the end. We would love to see Kao Vietnam. We know he can do better. Yesterday he missed out in free practice 1 and in free practice 3. He only managed at 235.9, so we hope to see more from him today in the qualifying session and in the race for himself and the Honda Racing Vietnam team. Anggi Setiawan, of course, we mentioned earlier, he's strong so far in qualifying. He's been strong all throughout the practice. And we do expect to see Akid Aziz and Muzakir up in the ranks a bit. Right now, Uzakir, he's down in 8th, apologies, with a 228.553. So Uzakir still plenty to move on. Then again, it is a challenge for the likes of Uzakir and Akid. They are on new bikes. They were previously on the Yamahas, now on the Hondas. Now we're getting a good shot at Andy Mamafadi and his teammate, Aiki Yoshi. And he's just taking note that he has set at 25.5, and he will know that that is the fastest qualifying lap time so far. He bettered his previous qualifying record, and I think he knows that he and his teammate are in very comfortable positions. Here's a great shot at turn 11, and we're looking at Ray Rakatore. One expects taking care of recent team bike. It looks like he's been there so far throughout the practice session, but he wasn't where we expected him. He's down in 7th. He did a 228.476. Another 228 in practice 2 was his fastest, and in practice 3 he did a 229. So looks like Ray Ratugori still has a bit more to be found for the Indonesian rider. Here we're looking at Rafid Topan. Mechanics at work to try and improve his package as it is. Rafid Topan in that session, however, had a really good time at 227.6, so not too far off the top 3 at all. Between himself and Anggi Setiawan is a 0.8 second gap, so a few more tenths to be found for him. You can see that he's just having a look at the timings, just trying to figure out where he is with the package that he has. And here we can see Herjun Adna Firdaus at number 46 bike. This on the inside there on the Astra Honda Racing Team machine. Adinata Putra as well, just trying to hook behind this group of 3 riders. Reza Danica there, sandwiched in between the 2 Astra Honda bikes. Reza Danica yesterday, he was very strong all throughout the practice sessions. He did 228 in the practice 1, 227.8 in practice 2. So overall, his timing was 3rd fastest. So we expect him to be able to push into the top 5 timings at least, but as of now he's down in 14th with a 229.4. So it looks like something's not sitting right for Reza Danica, but we do know that he's capable, and with 16 minutes left that can all change very quickly. Here we're getting a good look at all the 3 Astra Honda team riders, all the 3 Indonesians. Moma Adinata Putra, Herjun Adna Firdaus and Reza Danica. 9th, 10th and 14th respectively are the riders right on your screens. As you take turn 5 and 6. And you can see one thing we mentioned earlier yesterday was that a lot of the riders may be having team tactics, in the sense that when they have 2 or 3 riders in the same team, they will use each other as a guide and a help while they go around the circuits from qualifying and the practice, as they can feed off each other's slipstreams and really help each other improve their timings. Looking at the grid, we're looking at Setu Rajiv there at the back on the Racing India. Setu Rajiv as well, not a bad timing from him. He did a 229.374. That puts him in 13th, and it is a big improvement from what they were able to do yesterday. Yesterday, Setu Rajiv was down with a 2 minutes and 31.487. So Setu Rajiv nearly a 2-second improvement for himself in Honda Racing India. So really right in the mix with the middle of this middle of the group for the AP250 category, and I think that really shows the efforts that they've been putting in, and it's really paying off very well. Senthil Chandrasekaran as well, very good from him. He's yesterday he did 2 minute 30.370, so today 231.992, still a few tenths off what he was able to do yesterday, so we expect him to drop down in his timing as well. See that Aiki Yoshi and Andy Mamafadi really just watching and seeing whether anyone's going to contest their times, because even between Aiki Yoshi and Ray Ratugore, speaking of Ray Ratugore, I just noticed that he has gone up in the timing splits. He's up in 3rd now, a 226.5 from Ray Ratugore. So very good time coming in from him and the 1xOX TKKR team. Adinata Putra as well improves into 4th with a 226.8. And Reza Danica that we were just talking about earlier, a 227.162 from him, so a very good time coming in. And we're looking down at one of the new riders in this category, Muhammad Firdaus Muhammad Hamdan. He is aboard the Idemitsu Honda Racing Team bike. Yesterday was his first day out and he did a 2 minutes 32.791. He has yet to set a really fast lap. He's done a 2:34.337, but that was his first lap, first flying lap, and he went back into the pits. And right now he is on a mission. He's trying to lap faster each time he goes. It's a learning experience for these young riders. That's one of the young riders under the Honda program now. Watching rider number 98 as he goes through turn 3. Firdaus Muhammad Hamdan. 13 minutes left in this qualifying session for the AP250 category, and as it stands, Andy Muhammad Fadli still the fastest with the lap record for qualifying at 2 minute 25.508, and his teammate Aiki Iyoshi with a 2 minute 26.199. So that's a benchmark set by those two riders from the Moto Sniper Manual Tech racing team. But for now, we look at rider number 98, Muhammad Firdaus Hamdan. One of the riders who are very familiar with this track. Of course, he's raced locally here in many runs in the national championships, and he's really looking to make this opportunity count for himself in the AP250 category. He's making his way around. His Sector 1 isn't really that remarkable, neither is his Sector 2, so maybe something not sitting right with him yet. But there we saw Mohamed Muzakir and the trio of the Astra Honda machines all behind him. Mohamed Muzakir looks to be struggling a bit today. He's not able to really contest the front as much as we thought he would. But of course, that is the struggle when riders have new machinery and they haven't really fully adapted to it yet. And it looks like Herjun Adnan Firdaus has improved to 6th with a 227.1. Now we're looking back down at Muhammad Firdaus Muhammad Hamdan. Doesn't look to be on a very fast lap for Muhammad Firdaus. And as it stands, quite a lot of riders were in the pits, but it looks like they are coming out now. Looks like the Honda Racing India, both riders are just coasting there down at the back straight. No idea if they're heading onto the pits or just waiting for some riders to get the slipstream from. But Muhammad Firdaus Hamdan looks like he's heading to the pits. Just 11 minutes left. He doesn't have much time to change his setup or get comfortable on his machinery. Here we have Rafid Topan in this group of 3 Astra Honda riders, as well as Muhammad Muzakir. They look to be really pushing on a fast lap. Muhammad Muzakir is on an improving lap. He was fast through Sector 1. Sector 2 doesn't look to be too challenging for him. Cal Vietnam is down in 16th with a 229.974, so much better looking than yesterday, but still doesn't seem to be well in the mix at his Cal Vietnam. But he is not too far up the middle of this group. If you look up above him, we have Fitriansha, Setu Rajim as well in the 229s, and Akida's is Muhammad Muzakir, all in the mid-28s to high 28s. So I think that Cal Vietnam, if he manages to hook himself behind the middle group, he should be well in the fight. But for now, we look at Rafid Topan, rider number 50 from Indonesia, on the Elephant HP's 969 Indonesia Racing Team bikes. Rafid, of course, doing a good time today at 227.660, but this doesn't look to be a particularly fast lap. Takes a look behind and he would have had a face full of 92 in him. And right there in this mix of the Astra Honda bikes, we see Piawa Patumyos running in 8th, rider number 188. So many Hondas in this category. The Hondas seem to be the choice for the teams and the riders. They've really improved that CBR 250 machinery, and it's really the industry standard by the looks of it, because the Yamahas are struggling a little bit. Ray Ratukore is the only Yamaha really up in the mix, as well as Anggi Setiawan. But they are doing a fantastic job. Of course, Ray Ratukore at 226.5 and Anggi Setiawan at 226.8. But the 2 Kawasaki's at the top, still in the pits. I think he might just stay in for the rest of the qualifying session because no one is coming even close to the times that they have set. But for now, we look at Muhammad Adinata Putra. He's running in 4th position with this group right now. See that Piawan, he's really trying to push for a good lap. Rafid Topan, he's on an improving first sector. Piawan's got a good first sector, but it's not too challenging yet. You can see Adinata Putra just looking himself behind Piawan, but just trying to feed off the time that Piawan is doing. So he's got the inside of the turn 6 there, so he's going to be leading that trio. Now that trio has actually become a group of 5 riders now again. That's the thing about the AB250 group riding, they will keep on catching up so long as they have slipstream. And look behind from Herjananda, so I think he's just checking to see who's behind him and who's taking reference points. Come up in turn 9, still the group of 5 riders all together. And just over 7 minutes left in this session. Looking at Adinata Putra's timing there on the bottom right, as well as Rafid Topan. Rafid's second sector hasn't been that impressive. He's had a great first sector, so if he can stitch out sector 3 and sector 4 well, this should be a good lap for him, and I think it should put him above 9th. And just as I mentioned, I thought that the 2 Moto Sniper Manual Tech riders would stay in for the qualifying session, but they will come out for the last remainder of this session. Just 7 minutes left for them. Coming out there for Adinata Putra. I'm trying to wonder what he's trying to do there, but can't really tell. We can see there, by the looks of it, it's none other than Sento Chandrasekaran riding with the mix, but it looks like some of the riders from the group of 5 there going back to the pits. The Astro Honda riders definitely going back in. So Rafid Topan left alone in this group. And, yeah, definitely Rafid had a really slow sector 3 and 4, so but looks like the 2 Honda Racing India team riders will be having to report to race control, and I think that's due to the slow riding that they've been doing. They've been going on the side of the track and coasting nearly to try and find someone to get the slipstream from. We're getting a replay here. I think this is perhaps one of the moments for the cause for them to report to race control. Dude, that's I think that's Rafid Topan there who really saved. That's a huge save from Rafid Topan, and yeah, that's a huge moment there, and it's great to see him able to control the bike there. Could have been a really nice crash for him. Here we're looking at the Astro Honda Racing Team riders there, looking at the timing screens, and I think they should be pretty happy with where they are, but also concerns knowing that the 2 Kawasaki's are so much further ahead of them, and nearly a second further is the likes of Andy Mohamed Fadli. Topan, the Honda Racing India riders as well, and Piawat there in the group. Some more riders still coming out for the remaining 5 minutes, so whoever's coming out right now from the pits will have just 1 flying lap with 5 minutes left. Taking note that each lap takes about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Ooh, Akid Aziz pushed right onto the rumble strip there by one of the Honda riders, and that's going to shake him up quite a bit. And yeah, that is Setu Rajiv, and yeah, I think the stewards are not going to be too happy with the way that the Honda Racing India riders have been riding. They've been causing a bit of disturbance with the style that they've been doing, and this will cause problems for them as well. Here we're looking at Firdaus Hamdan. He's not posted a particularly fast lap. He did a 2:32 yesterday and only able to do a 2:34 in qualifying today, so plenty to be found for Firdaus Hamdan. Akid Aziz and Muhammad Muzakir taking a quick look behind them. So for these riders on your screen, they will have this coming flying lap and 1 more to complete before the session ends. So a last gasp attack for the likes of Muhammad Akid Aziz, who sits in 13th now with a 2:28.717. There we're looking at Aiki Yoshi, the man in 2nd right now. And Anki Sitya 1 there as he just passed the bottom left, which is off your screen. Akid Aziz, he's now here at turn 1, starting his second last flying lap. Kiyoshi just a couple of 100 meters in front of him. Looking at turn 4 now, you see two Yamahas, the Kawasaki and the Butsu Honda Racing Team's rider. Kiyoshi is one of those riders who looks very comfortable with this machinery. And Angi Setiawan has the fastest Sector 1 so far of this session. I think that's nearly 0.2 seconds faster than anyone. So Angi Setiawan really on a mission right now. So look out for his name. He might just sneak himself into the timings of Andi Muhammad Fadli and Aiki Yoshi. Ray Ratakuri as well. Ray Ratakuri had a good first sector, but his second sector not too fast. But if he can stitch up sector 3 and 4, this should be a good lap coming in from him. Coming into turn 11 is Ray Ratakuri, and just looking for the sector 3 timing as he comes around 11. Let's see if he has a green or purple color. Purple, of course, meaning that he will be fastest, and that's on our timing screens. But looking at Andi Muhammad Fadli there, and behind him, I believe that's Ray Ratakuri. So Ray looks to be taking Andy as a reference point, and that seems to be helping him really well, because in sector 3 he's quick out, and I think this will be a good lap from Ray, and it could potentially put him to second. It could push Aiki Yoshi down into third. Andi Muhammad Fadli is not on a very fast lap, but Angi Setiawan, who had a really good sector 1, has unfortunately not had the best of sector 2 and 3. And also Aiki Yoshi, he's set up right now. And yeah, that's really a mystery. It looks like Aiki Yoshi just completely set up, and Angi Setiawan as well. He's thrown this lap away. It could have been a really good lap coming in for him. And Ray Ratakuri, he was on a really good lap, but it looks like he's done a 2:26.5. So not too impressive, but really good from him as well, because that is well consistent within what he's been doing. On that lap as well, Andi Muhammad Fadli, the not so fast lap that I mentioned was 2:26.6 as well. So Andi Muhammad Fadli will have one more shot at it, and it looks like in sector 1, not that quick for him. But right now, Ray Ratakuri, a really good sector 1 coming in from him. Looking down the order now, we're looking at Fitriansha. Sea of Astro Honda riders once again. Sandwich between Muhammad Adinata Putra and the likes of Herjananda Firdaus. For now, we just have under a minute left now in this session. It looks like the AP250 qualifying grid is shaping out quite well, but we do have some fast times coming in. We've got Aiki Yoshi with a great sector 1. Ray Ratakuri had a good first sector, but in sector 2 he's not had the best time. But Aiki Yoshi is on a very good lap. He might improve further. He might be the second rider into the 225s, joining his teammate Andi Muhammad Fadli. But it looks like the riders in the screens might just be able to sneak in another last gasp attack for the AP250 qualifying. And there we can see Rafid Topan, who's had a great time so far. It's a contrast from yesterday. A 2:27.6 for him is really good, but he hasn't been able to improve a bit further. But Reza Danica on that lap has improved now into 6th with a 2:27.18. So all these riders have made it for one last flying lap, and we shall see what they're capable of. Look out for Aiki Yoshi. He's gone fast through sector 1 and sector 2, and a decent sector 3 for him. Angi Setiawan also on a decent lap, and here comes Andi Muhammad Fadli. Doesn't look to be a really fast lap coming in for him. He hasn't improved in any of the sectors over his previous times. So coming across now to take the first checkered flag of this round for qualifying. It's Andi Muhammad Fadli. Comes across at 2:26.974. So no improvements from him, but he is consistent in the 2:26. Just trying to look down the order for Aiki Yoshi. He's on a decent lap. And here we're looking at the Astro Honda Racing Team riders, Adinanta Putra. These riders have pulled a gap from each other. Just now they were all bunched up, but Angi Setiawan has moved up into 3rd. So a potential front row start for Angi Setiawan, a really good time for him, a 2:26.454. He's knocked Ray Ratakuri off the top 3 spot. with the checker flag out, these riders will have to push for the last lap. But looking at this group, I don't see any riders who are really on a very fast lap. So this might be the way the grid starts for the race later on, because right now Adinata Putra, Hejanana Firdaus, Reza Danica all not faster in sector 1 or sector 2. And it's a big shame for Akiyoshi. He was fast through sector 1 and 2, but sector 4, something must have happened there, because he lost so much time there. He did a 2:27. Now we're just looking at the likes of Rafid Topan, Hejan and Firdaus. All the timing screens are at the bottom of your screens. Mama Adinata Putra as well, and Reza Danica Arends. So these 5 riders on your screens will come around the last turn and take the checker flag, but as it seems right now, no riders will improve on this lap, and you can see Rafid Topan, he's still really trying a lot of chatter from the front for Rafid Topan there. And looks like that's something that he might have to address, or he may have just been pushing his bike more than he was before. But they come across the line now, and by the looks of it, the times will remain as they were in the previous lap. But a last-minute attack from Angi Setiawan, and it has really shown. He will start at the front of the grid for race 1, and the ones which follow in front of him are, as we expected, Andi Muhammad Fadli and Aiki Yoshi in second and first. So the results for the AP250 qualifying session, we have Andi Muhammad Fadli with the new qualifying lap record at 225.508. His teammate very close with him, Aiki Yoshi, at 226.199, and Angi Setiawan with a last minute lap at 226.454 from him. So those 3 will be on the front row of the grid. Ray Ratukore in 4th, 5th is Adinata Putra, 6th is Reza Danica, 7th Hejun Anna Firdaus, and in 8th is Piawat Patumyos. Coming in 9th is Muhammad Muzakir, in 10th Rafid Topan, 11th Muhammad Akid Aziz, 12th is Aldi Satya, 13th is Muhammad Idlan Hakimi, 14th is Kao Vietnam, 15th is Fitriyan Shakete, in 16th is Setu Rajiv, and coming in 17th is Senthil Chandrasekaran, and in 18th is Muhammad Firdaus Muhammad Hamdan. So those are the results for the AP250 qualifying session. They will head out for race 1 later on in the afternoon, and it looks like we are going to look at the highlights of the qualifying session. So that was a great recap of the action from the qualifying session of the AP250 category, but we will head down to Barry, who will talk to the fastest rider in qualifying.
And it's another session on track and another fastest time for the master of the AP250 so far here at Sepang, Andy Fadley. Andy, we're almost running out of superlatives to describe how you've been performing here. You're in the 225s now and looking strong. You found something else today. Tell us about your progress so far.
Yeah, today I get the pole position. I'm very happy to get pole position. And yeah, from yesterday, I have a good progress until now. So now I have improved in the some sector. Is can be lap time 20 minute 25 because team give me a good back and I have a good setup. So pole position is for me is very good for start for the race, and I will do my best for race 1.
It looks fantastic, and I have to ask you this question. Can you make a break, do you think, in the race?
I think so. Yeah. Wish me luck.
We always wish you luck, Andy. All right, good luck, and thanks for everything you've done so far. You've got your teammate behind you,
Yeah.
so it's going to be interesting. Who else do you think might get close to you?
Yeah, it's a very good for us. Start from pole position and 2 in front row. I hope I can podium together with my teammate Aiki.
Okay, Andy, thank you. We're looking forward to the race. And back to Daniel in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Barry, and a very confident Andy Fadley, saying that he thinks that he might be able to go for the break, and I think that he's definitely got the potential for it. But we will head for a short break before we will be entertained with the Super Sport 600 qualifying session. And now we're back for more entertainment in the Asia Road Racing Championship for the round 2. We have the Super Sport 600 qualifying session. Yesterday we had the practice sessions and we had Helmi Azman with the masterclass performance. A 2:10.629 was what Helmi Azman did, but his teammate Karol Idampawi in practice 3 as well, a 2 minutes 10.696, so just 0.07 seconds off his teammate. So Karol Idampawi very strong coming into the second round, and it looks like the Hondas really have the edge because Andi Farid Istihar on the Astra Honda Racing Team bike did a 2 minute 10.7, so the Honda's very dominant so far throughout the practice sessions, and Ibrahim Noureddin in 4th place, very fast as well, 2 minute 11.0. Azra Hakim Anwar, unfortunately, he missed out a bit in free practice 3 because he did a 2 minute 11.1. His teammates just edging him out of a bit. It looked like Azra Hakim had a bit of an issue in that session, but we know that he's well capable of being in the fight for the top positions. And now the riders will come across for their first flying laps. Nakarin as well, Chip Nakarin, we expect him to improve further into this qualifying session. He did a 2:11.7 yesterday, which puts him in 7th. Now we're looking at time and speeds of Galang Hendra. Galang Hendra as well, he was very fast on the Yamaha. He was doing a 2:12.0, so a very respectful time, and it's only 1.4 seconds off Helmi Azman's time. So if he can find the right setup, I think he will definitely be well on his way into a low 2:11s or a high 2:10. So plenty to be found for the Indonesian rider. Ratapang as well he was quite strong in practice 3 at 2:11.8 for him. He improved all throughout the practice sessions, and I think in this session he should be able to find the right rhythm. And as it is, Helmi Azman already on a really fast lap, fastest through sector 1 and in sector 2, so look out for Helmi Azman. Behind it there you can see Galang Hendra. He's going to get a really good reference point with the fastest rider of practice sessions yesterday. Now we're watching them coming through turn 10 and 11, and this is the really tricky bit. You can see the Hondas especially, and if you watch actually Karol Idampawi, he had the really unique style. I think he's adopted that style of riding from the Moto2 Championship where he just slides the rear quite a bit, and these Dunlop tires are very similar to the ones that they use in the World Championship, so he is very well accustomed with this compound. And we're just watching Helmi Azman and Galang Hendra. Behind the pair of them is Azra Hakim Anwar and Karol Idampawi, so the Honda riders all bunched up behind there, and Helmi is really on it right now. I think this is going to be well within the fastest time that he produced yesterday. Galang Hendra as well, he's not on a bad lap either. He's just a few tenths off Helmi's time. Helmi comes across the line now, and let's see what he's going to get. It's a 2 minute 0.097 for Helmi Azman. That's a very strong lap time. That's the fastest time so far this weekend for the Super Sport 600s. And that is just a few tenths shy of the lap record in qualifying. The fastest lap record in qualifying was set by Muhammad Noureddin, Ibrahim Noureddin's brother, with a 2:09.4, so a very, very good lap time on the Honda for Muhammad Helmi Azman. And Azra Hakim Anwar as well following suit at 2 minute 10.426, and Karol Idampawi at 2 minute 10.834. Now I did mention that Chip Nakarin was strong yesterday. We expect him to be even faster yesterday, and today he's already showing it on his first flying lap at 2 minute 10.872. That puts him in 4th, so Chip Nakarin very strong. And right now the top 4 locked up by the Hondas, but Galang Hendra as well. I did mention that he was on course to be able to do a low 2:11 and maybe even a high 2:10, so already a 2:11.3 from Galang Hendra. A bit unfortunate as well. If those who watched practice 2, I believe it was, Kondanai, unfortunate, he had a bike failure at turn 4. Just a lot of smoke gushing out of his exhaust, but if we're looking down the order, right now Ibrahim Noureddin hasn't come up for a lap yet, but he still has 33 minutes left in this session. Looking down at the second timing, so for Helmi Azman, it looks like he's pulled away from this lap a bit. I think you noticed a few riders would have been following him, but a lot of the other riders on the grid as well on improving lap times. Karel Idampawi on a good lap, Azrai Hakim Anwar as well, Helmi's teammate, both on a good lap. Andy Farid Izdihar also, he seems to be setting a good flying lap. You can see Helmi has moved back the order. He's trying to tail his teammates right now. Here we're looking at Muhammad Fairozi and Kritchap Point there behind him. 35 and number 36, the Indonesian and the Thai riders. And Andy Farid is on a very, very good lap. He's got the fastest second sector. A good sector 1 from him and an even faster second sector for Andy Farid. Karel Idampawi improves to a 2-minute 10.2. So it looks like the Hondas are well on course to be in the 2-minute 9 timings. Huge improvements for the Hondas, where we saw previously the Yamahas were just way faster previously. And yeah, these are looking to be very good days coming up for the Hondas. Looking down the grid, Ratapong has gone up into 9th at 2:11.7 for Ratapong Wilerot. Ratapong yesterday, he managed 2:11.8, so improvements for him into 2:11.7, but he still needs to find just a few tenths more. His teammate Nakarin is well into 2 tenths already. It's 2 minutes 10.872 for him. Now we're looking at Karel Idampawi, number 89. Karel Idampawi, of course, one of the Malaysian riders to have raced in the World Championship. He was a Moto3 winner. A lot of slack from the rear. It is really entertaining to watch Karel Idampawi ride. But as all this happened, I mentioned that Andy Farid was on a very good lap, and very true, he's done a 2:09.587, very close to the lap record. Andy Farid now on the Astro Honda Racing Team bike. Very strong lap came there from Andy Farid. Karel Idampawi as well, he's on a decent lap, and it looks like Andy Farid is improving already in Sector 1. But Helmi Yasman as well, fastest in Sector 2, so look out. I think it is, we're going to go well into the low 209s in this session, because we still have 30 minutes left in the Supersport 600 qualifying session. And there, once again, look at the way Karel Idampawi exits. He's always sliding that rear. It's very Moto2-esque, as we've seen, and it's really entertaining to watch. And he does make it work. You know, it's amazing to see how he came back from his injury. And yeah, let's just watch there once again into the braking zone as well. Azrai behind him. And looks like Karel Idampawi twitchy on the exit there of turn 15. A lot of movement there in the rear of Karel Idampawi's bike. They come across the line now. Karel Idampawi another 2-minute 10. It's a mid 2-minute 10, and looks like Helmi Yasman has improved. Not a great Sector 3, but the fast Sector 2 and the fast Sector 4 really helped him out there. A 2-minute 9.6 for Helmi Yasman. He bettered his fastest time already. Here we're looking at Irfan Ardianshah. Irfan yesterday, he did a very decent job. Irfan was down in 6th. He did 2:11.7 for the Astra Honda Racing Team, and now he's running in 9th with a 2:11.5. But you can see how the riders have improved a lot. We've already got 2 riders who broke the 2-minute 10. So 2 riders, Andy Farid and Helmi Yasman, in the 2 minutes 9. And we have the following 3 riders from 3rd to 5th with a 2-minute 10, and the riders from 6th all the way down to 10th, all within the 2 minutes 11s. So the Hondas very strong, but the 2 Yamahas as well, they have caught up very well. Galang Hendra, Muhammad Fairozi well in the fight, as well as Chip Nakarin and the Honda very strong there in 5th. And we have Nakarin once again, rider number 41. 5th position for him. He did a 2-minute 10, 6:12 in his last lap. It's not a particularly fast lap as it is, but he could have a, oh yeah, I was about to say that he could have a strong Sector 3 and 4, but it looks like he's pulled out from this lap. And I believe that some of the Boonstrew riders coming right around him. That's Helmi at the front of them. And Karel Idampawi behind him. And you can see that the way the Boonstrew Honda Racing Team riders are planning their practices and qualifying, they've always ridden within the trio. You always see either Helmi or Karel Idampawi or Azrai. Either one will lead each other, and they will just help tow each other into the fastest lap times. And as it is, Helmi has done an excellent job. I mean, a 2-minute 9.666 from Helmi. So he's well on course to having a strong performance. And here we're looking at Kondanai. Kondanai had a really unfortunate first day in round 2. a bike failure. Looks like the engine was smoking all over the place at turn 4. And it's great to see him back on the track, and let's just hope that the mechanics have managed to sort out all the issues that they have with the bike and allow Condé Nast to continue trying to make a good lap time. Looks like a lot of riders are in the pits. I think literally everyone is in the pits right now except for the likes of Condé Nast. And I think Ibrahim has just come up for his first lap. So that's the name that we're missing right now in this session. Ibrahim Nordin. He has come around sector 2 and 3. So Ibrahim has come up for his first flying lap. But for now we're watching Condé Nast on the EEST NJT racing team bike. And he comes across the line. Looks like it's not a fast lap. I think Condé Nast's team still struggled to get the bike in proper working order, but there we have it. Number 66 Muhammad Ibrahim Noureddin, rider number 66 from the SIC racing team. I think Ibrahim, he's been pretty strong throughout Friday. He was well within the top 5s. He was 4th fastest overall with a 2:11.0. So I think we can fully expect Ibrahim to be at least in the mid 2-minute 10s or even low 2-minute 10s. But if he can stitch together, I do remember back in 2020 he did manage a 2-minute 9. So let's see what the rest of the session has, because we still have 16 minutes left. And you can see a lot of the teams, a lot of riders have come in. We have 11 riders in the pits right now out of 13 riders. And now we're watching Ibrahim Noureddin, a decent sector 1 from him, not the fastest sector 1 we've had so far in the session. He comes right now turn 5-6, a bit of a twitch from the rear for Ibrahim Noureddin into turn 5. The switch to turn 6, very clean, but Ibrahim, one of the riders who we know to be very strong and very aggressive on the 600cc machinery. For those who remember, Ibrahim made his debut in the Bend in Australia, I believe it was in 2019, where he won his wildcard race, and it was an absolute masterclass performance from Ibrahim. And he's trying to show that now in the 2022 season. He's trying to show that he belongs and he secured his place as one of the top contenders in this category. Here comes Ibrahim around turn 11. Sector 2 as well, it's a decent sector 2 from him, but I think his lap time should put him well within the top 8 or 7, but doesn't seem to be that far contesting for the top 5 as it is. But we shall see how sector 3 comes around. Sector 3 is once again a decent sector 3 from him, not the fastest, but it is going to be a good lap coming in from Ibrahim Noureddin. Let's see now down the back straight. You know that the SIC racing team with Sakon Zaidi's program has been working very hard to make sure that Ibrahim is really in really good fitness as well as riding performance, and he comes down the front straight now. And let's see what time Ibrahim can get. And he comes across the line, and it's going to be 7th place for Ibrahim Noureddin so far. 2 minutes 11.386. So we know that's a fast time, and he's well within the top 7. As I mentioned, it was going to be either 7th or 8th on that lap. But that was his first flying lap, and I think he's definitely going to push down further. So for a first flying lap in the low 2:11s, I think he can find his way into the 2:10s. But whether or not it's going to be able to challenge the Hondas, because now in top 5 for the Asia Road Racing Super Sport 600s, we have all the Hondas there. Speaking of Hondas, now we're looking at the Astra Honda team. The riders are just taking a breather, having a drink. They still have 14 minutes left in the session, so plenty of time for them to come up for one last push. By the looks of it, we have Galangendra, sorry, apologies, there's the likes of Ratapong Milirad has come out for another flying lap. So he took about a 5-6 minute break, did Ratapong, so running in 11th with a 2:11.7. It's not a slow lap time by any means, but this category, the Super Sport 600 category, is just so bunched up that even the small milliseconds can make the difference in timing and position for the starting grid. Coming across sector 1 there, I just saw Ratapong's first sector. It's a decent first sector, but Ibrahim is improving in sector 1 and 2, so expect Ibrahim to be well within the top 5. And here's a great shot now. You can see the green strip on the side of the tires, the tire wall. Those are the qualifying tires. The qualifying tires are the ones used only in the qualifying session. I will have to fact check this, but I believe those tires do not last for as many laps as the soft compound or the medium compounds, and hence why they are used for qualifying. They're mainly used just for that one fast lap, and you can see that's why the riders are able to do the 2 minutes 9s, the mid 2 minute 9, the low 2 minute 10s. They've improved much further compared to yesterday. And here we're just watching Ratapong Wilerod's lap time. He comes through 11 and 12, the rider number 56 from Thailand. Let's see what he's able to do on this lap. So far, it's a great first 3 sectors for Ratapong, and let's see as he comes around turn 14, no drama from him. A bit of a wheelie there as he comes off the rumble strip there. Ratapong looks like he's on course to do either mid or low 2 minute 11, so it's going to be a good lap coming in from Ratapong. On that lap as well, I did mention Ibrahim Nordin. He was on an improving lap, and he has done so. He's up into 6th now with a 2 minute 10.6 from Ibrahim Nordin. A very good lap from Ibrahim. Now we're just looking at Helmi Osman. Looks like he's suiting up, getting ready to go up for one last push. They have 11 minutes left. You can see his teammate, his compatriots, Kara Idam Pawi and Azra Hakim Anwar, looking very relaxed, knowing that they are well within the fastest timings of the day. We're looking at Ibrahim Nordin. Doesn't look to be on a very fast lap. He's pulled off his lap. He wasn't pushing through sector 2, so I think Ibrahim might come in for a quick setup change, or whether he's just waiting for a reference point for one of the riders coming out. But you can see now the Bootsy Honda Racing Team riders, the mechanics all preparing the bikes for the 3 riders. Here comes Ibrahim Nordin down the back straight. Ibrahim is one of the 4 riders out on track. We have Ratapong Wilerod as well. Andy Farid has also come out for his last push for the session. Irfan Adrian Shah as well, he's out on the track right now. Just 10 minutes left in the Super Sport 600 qualifying session for the second round of the Asia Road Racing Championship. And yeah, it looks like Ibrahim Nordin, he's back into the pits now. I think he might make a quick change of setup. He's only done 2 laps, so let's try to have a look. He's should be on the qualifying tire as well for the Dunlop sets. Just trying to have a look. Trying to have a look at the right side of his bike as well. You can see Ibrahim just taking a quick sit behind, but I don't think he's gonna have too much time to rest. He only has 9 minutes to get back and do another fast lap. Looks like Ratapong as well. He's coming into the pits for the Yamaha Thailand Racing Team bike, and rider number 56. He's done a really good improvement. He's up into 7th with a 10.772. But here's Irfan Adriansha as well as Andy Farid. Now Andy Farid so far the fastest in this session at 2 minute 9.587. Very close to the lap record that we've had set by Muhammad Adam Muhammad Nordin. That is 2 Astra Honda Racing Team riders out on track and trying to help each other. It looks like Irfan is trying to follow his teammate Andy Farid and trying to improve together. And you can see there, team boss Zulfami Karidin, he's done an amazing job with the SIC Racing Team and the ZK Racing Team project, pushing a lot of young riders through the ranks and making sure that they are ready to take it to the international stages and perform at the best. And Andy Farid is on a really good lap. He's fastest through the first sector, and I think he's towed Irfan as well. Irfan's on a decent first sector, but Andy Farid's on an even faster lap now. This could be the lap record. This could be the new lap record coming in from Andy Farid. Let's watch his lap as he comes around turn 5 and 6. Andy Farid looking very determined. Smooth and aggressive riding from Andy Farid. Comes into 7, looks like he might have traffic in front of him. But now he's got clear road ahead of him, and it looks like he's coming through It's a very clean lap coming from Andy Fred. Muhammad Fairuzi is going to be on the outside there of turn 9, so Andy Fred is going to have to go on the inside of this turn, and he will know that he's on a good lap. It's another really fast second sector for Andy Fred, so this looks like it's going to be pole position nearly secured for Andy Fred. I don't know if even the likes of Helmi Asman and Azrai or Karol Idampawi are going to have an answer for this, because Andy Fred is on a really blistering lap time. And as I mentioned, that almost as if on cue, the 3 Bunsu Honda riders are all coming out now for their final stints. But let's watch Andy Fred as he stitches this up. Fastest lap times from, fastest sector times in sector 1 and 2 for Andy Fred. Sector 3 has been quick, but he wasn't the fastest. But let's see, this should be a good lap coming from him. Irfan Adiansha behind him as well, using him as a reference, is going to improve on this lap. And here comes Andy Fred into turn 15. He just has to negotiate this cleanly, and he should have the lap record in the bag for him. Andy Fred comes across the line now, and it's a 2-minute 9.347. That is the new lap record for the Supersport 600 category from Andy Fred Izdihar on the Astro Honda Racing Team bike, and he has told his teammate as well, Irfan Adiansha, now a 2-minute 10.9. That pushes Irfan into 8th position. And you can see now the Honda Asia Dream Racing Team and Bunsu Honda Racing Team mechanics are watching on. They are starting to wonder whether or not if Andy Fred has come away with something really special, because Helmi has come out now, but let's see whether he has an answer. But Andy Fred's on an even faster lap now by the looks of it. Sector 1, faster again, and it looks like Andy Fred is just looking really comfortable on that Honda CBR 600. 6 minutes left in the session. Almost everyone is back out on the grid. Ratapong as well has come up for his final push, and it looks like we have a lot of the riders. All the top 8 riders have done below a 2:11. Can Galang Hendra do the last minute attack? Mohamed Izam Iqmal as well. We haven't mentioned him enough in this session. Izam Iqmal, who had looked like he was struggling a bit with the rear of the bike in yesterday's practice sessions. He's down with a 2-minute 12, so the young rider is trying on his out lap right now, and it looks like it's a decent one coming in from him. But here's the 3 Bunsu Honda riders. We see Helmi Asman followed by Karol Idampawi and Azra Hakim Anwar. And here's Andy Fred. His second sector, not the best so far, but it's still a fast second sector for him. So let's see whether sector 3 and 4 can be good for him. Yes, it's a good sector 3 for Andy Fred. And look at it, it's a unfortunate tumble there from Muhammad Fairuzi. We saw him just now when Andy Fred overtook him. So an unfortunate end to qualifying for Muhammad Fairuzi. Let's see Andy Fred now. He comes around turn 15. Can he better his 209.347? Let's watch this. Andy Fred could be making history for the Supersport 600 category, and it's 209.4, so just shy of his best time of a 209.3. But it's amazing consistency so far from Andy Fred. Here we look at the Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders. Karol Idampawi is on a very good lap. Azra Hakim Anwar as well on a good lap. But it looks like Helmi Asman made a mistake in sector 2, so his lap got slowed down slightly. Krichapan as well, he's on a good lap down the order. And just as I mentioned just now, Izam Iqmal was on a good lap, and he's on a 211.2, so Izam Iqmal has caught up with the likes of the riders in front of him. And you can see how aggressive the Honda riders are pushing there through turn 13 and 14. See, I think behind them was Ratapong, who's going to pin himself right in the sandwich of Honda riders. And you can see the Bunsu riders all riding almost in tandem into turn 15 on the 3 Bunsu riders, all using the qualifying tires. You can see the green strip there. They're using the qualifying rear tire. And if my eyes tell me that is correct, that should be the medium tire that they're running at the front. I'll have confirmation of that later, but they come across an Azra Hakim Anwar, a really good time from him, a 209.602 from Azra Hakim Anwar. So he goes second now. Helmi Asman down into third, but Karol Idampawi as well improves to fourth with a 209.787. So the 3 Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders are all within the 209s. They are second to fourth as it stands. And on that lap as well, Nakarin has improved. Chip Nakarin is now doing a 210.122. So a good lap from Chip Nakarin, and they will have another lap coming up. Azroy Hakim Anwar fast through sector 1. So Azroy, he is well on course to attack Andy Farid Istihar's time, but it is still about 0.3 seconds away from him, so he needs to have the perfect lap coming up. They will have one more flying lap after their current lap to try and make the attack. Ibrahim Noordin as well, he's on a good lap down the order. He's in 6th with a 2:10.6, and I think he's going to improve up a little bit. And it's a 2-minute 10.2 for Ibrahim Noordin. So Ibrahim, every lap is improving more, but he has had a late start to this session. So yeah, it's unfortunate for Ibrahim, but he's so far putting in the work, and he is able to be within this mix. But now we look, I think Ibrahim will have at least one more flying lap in it. But for now, we look at the timings of Helmi Azman, Azra Hakim Anwar, and Chip Nakarin, who's behind the group. And it looks like one of the riders has backed off from there, from the fight for this. But Chip Nakarin is well on course to do a 2-minute 9. He's very fast through sector 2, 3, and sector 1. But Helmi Azman has had the fastest sector 3, so look out for Helmi. I think he might just dip under Andy Farid Izdihar's timing. I say that, yeah, it looks like it was Kylie Dampawi who lost a bit of time there in one of the sectors. But here comes Helmi Azman. And look at Chip Nakarin, he's also on a good lap, but let's see how much further he can push himself up on the Honda Racing Thailand machinery. Here comes Helmi Azman, he comes across the line. Helmi takes a 209.8, so a 209.8 from Helmi. It looks like he must have made a mistake somewhere, because he had a blistering sector 3, so unfortunate for Helmi. He's knocked off the provisional front row, and Nakarin, Chip Nakarin, up into 209, up into third, sorry, with a 209.633. Chip Nakarin doing amazing work in qualifying today. But for now, the top 3 riders are all the Yamahas. The top 5 are the Yamahas, and almost as a repeat of yesterday, we see the fastest Yamaha being Ibrahim Noordin. Ibrahim is on a fast lap, but let's watch Chip Nakarin now. He's on another very good lap. He's got a fast first sector. So Nakarin looks like he's trying to hunt down Azrai's time. I think if he stitches this well, he will knock into the second position. But for now, it looks like we got Chip Nakarin in third, Azrai Hakim Anwar in second, and Andy Farid Izdihar, he is in first. He's not on an improving lap time, and looks like he's pretty content with what he's been doing. But Azra Hakim Anwar, he's also not on a faster lap that he's producing. But it looks like Kairo Idampawi, he's on a fast lap. Nakarin is on a fast lap. Ratapong is on a fast late push for himself. So look out for Ratapong Lirot. Here we're looking at the bottom right of your screen. You can see Azra Hakim Anwar and Helmi Azman's timing. Like to see as well the likes of Kairo Idampawi, because he's on a very hot lap. Ibrahim Noordin as well is on a decent lap coming up, but looks like Helmi's not had the greatest third sector. It looks like that might be his weak spot for this lap, and it looks like he won't be improving further up the grid. But the checker flag is out, and the riders will come down to the final corner and take the checker flag. And let's see right now, Azra, he was on a decent lap. Kairo Idampawi, Chip Nakarin as well on a decent lap. Let's see as they come across. Ooh, looks like a bit of an unsettled bike for Chip Nakarin. And they come across now, Helmi looking back, gets a face full in number 20. And they come across the line, and it looks like no improvements from the Bunsi Honda Racing Team riders. Kairo Idampawi, however, goes second at 209.438 for Kairo Idampawi. So a great ride by Kairo Idampawi there, and Nakarin unable to improve further. Ibrahim Noordin, he's still out on a flying lap. He looks like he might improve further up in the positions. Andy Farid, sector 1 was very slow, so I think Andy Farid is not on the fast lap at all. Yep, you can see his body language there. He is just taking a cruise down for the end of the session. But let's look out for Ibrahim Noordin. He's still on a hot lap. Pretty decent through sector 3 is Ibrahim Noordin. And here he comes down into turn 15. Rider number 66 for SIC Racing Team. Can he make himself available on the second row of the grid? So he comes around turn 15 now. He's going to take the checker flag. I think this might be in the mid 209s if he stitched sector 4 correctly. And he comes across, and it's a 209.8. So he improved, but he was unable to go up further than 7th. see Andy Fry just coming around turn 15. He's just cruising right now. He will be the pole man for race 1 today. A great and brilliant ride from Andy Fry to break the previous record. So the results for the ARRC Super Sport 600 qualifying. In first place with the new lap record is Andy Farid Izdihar with a 209.347. In second is Cairo Idampawi with a 209.438. Azroy Hakim Anwar from the Bunsi Honda Racing Team as well with a 209.602. Chip Nakarin, a great performance in fourth. He'll be starting from second row. Helmi Azman, second row as well in fifth. Ratapong Wilarod in 6th, and starting in the 3rd row will be Muhammad Ibrahim Noordin, followed by Irfan Ardian Shah and Galang Hendra. A great performance from him, nearly dipping below 211 was Galang Hendra in 9th. 10th is Krichaporn, 11th is Muhammad Izam Ikmal, 12th is Muhammad Fairozi, who we saw had an unfortunate tumble near the end of qualifying, and Kondanai, has he had such a difficult weekend so far, but a 2:15 is what he could manage, and let's hope to see him well in the mix as well in race 1. So we'll head down to the paddock area where Barry will interview the fastest rider of the Super Sport 600 qualifying session.
After an incredibly exciting qualifying session, we're here with the man who will start from pole position in this afternoon's race, Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy, you made the qualifying tyres work. You knocked about a second off your best time yesterday. Tell us about that qualifying session.
Yeah, this qualifying session, I feel from the last time I ride here was 2019, and compare now, the grip now is little bit less, but we improve a lot also. Then I can manage better lap time than 2019. But also in the morning, we already talked from yesterday with my mechanic that the best condition will be in the first exit normally with the qualifying tire, but finally I get the lap time with the regular tire in the second exit, but it was okay, and yeah, happy to be start in the pole position, but now we need to analyze everything and to be ready for the race this afternoon.
Of course, there's the top riders are very closely bunched up together. What's your strategy going to be from the race?
Yeah, of course, a lot of local hero here, a lot of Malaysian rider very fast here, and the rest will be only 10 laps, and I will try to manage everything as possible, and we will see what will happen in the race, because I'm sure all the Malaysian rider will be so very fast in the race, and let's see what will happen. Thank you.
Andy, thank you. And finally, what would you like to say to your fans back in Indonesia?
Ya, untuk teman-teman di Indonesia, mohon doa dan dukungannya untuk di race 1 nanti siang. Saya harap saya bisa memberikan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia dan untuk Astra Honda Racing Team. Terima kasih.
Andy, thank you and good luck for the race. And it's back to Daniel in the studio.
So quick break and we're back with the action for the ARRC Underbone 150 Superpole, the top 15 riders from qualifying session. Now the first rider that you saw coming out just now was Kiandra Ramadiva, the youngest rider on the grid, a 12-year-old from Indonesia riding for the SCK Honda Racing Team. Amazing performance by him so far, making it into the Superpole. And second coming from him there you saw was Dimas Juli Atmoko on the LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team. He's the second rider out, and following behind him was Nazrul Izzat on the Umar Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia Team, followed by Cheryl Shazras Yuzi, who we saw had an unfortunate spill down the run into turn 4. And here we have Muhammad Shafiq Rosli. He'll be the 5th rider coming out for Superpole. So there's the first batch of 5 riders for the Superpole, and now we're looking at Muhammad Kiandra Ramadiva on the SCK Honda Racing Team bike. He's riding the new Honda RSX 150R. Yesterday he managed a 2:37.460. So let's see what Mama Kiandra is capable of. Of course, this will be the so-called warm-up lap before they start the flying lap. As Mama Kiandra comes around turn 14. Once he passes turn 15, that'll be his one opportunity to make a really good flying lap. And with him being a small rider, with him being 12 years old, he has the advantage of size and weight down the straights, especially in Sepang International Circuit where you have two 1 kilometer straights. That can play into his advantage for Superpole. So keep a lookout for this young rider, a young talent, rider number 212, Mama Kiandra. So let's see as he starts his Superpole lap. Comes around 15, he has to make sure he gets the exit pinpoint perfect so he gets a rundown. And it looks like an issue for Mama Kiandra. I was just about to say that he's going to have a good start, but looks like a technical issue for Mama Kiandra. It looks like a bike issue already early on in Superpole, so this is really unfortunate. He hasn't even started his flying laps. So that is a really unfortunate end for Mama Kiandra's Superpole. Looks like he will be starting from 15th. Really unfortunate for the young 12-year-old. But for now, we follow down the order. We have Dimas, Julian Moko, Nazrul Izzat behind him, Shao Shazraz as well, and Shafiq Rossi. They still have yet to start their flying lap, but for now, we look at Dimas as he comes down into turn 1, and behind him, there's Nazrul Izzat. Nazrul Izzat yesterday did a 2:36.607. Well-experienced rider. He has raced all over in different categories. Here's Shao Shazraz Yuzi. He'll be looking to make an impression. Shazraz, of course, missing out in the second practice where he had that unfortunate spill into turn 4. We're looking at Dimas Julian Moko. It looks to be on a decent lap coming up. It's a good sector 1 from him. At a timing space of Dimas as well, Nazrul Izzat, Shao Shazraz, and looks like the rest of the riders will be coming out as well. Shafiq Rossi has been flagged onto the track. There we have, it looks like a heartbreak from Mama Kiandra. It looks really disappointed, but I think he's definitely a talent to look out for in the future, and he should be able to put in a good performance for race day.
I'm back, so Daniel, yeah, Kiandra has got time on his side, it's fair to say. Although he will be disappointed with that for sure. Yeah, it's quite a touching sight, that, coming back.
That is really cute
sometimes, to see. Hey, we all need that sometimes.
Definitely.
Please hold my hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being 12 years old, oh, this is adorable.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this is really cute to see.
Yeah, that's the moment of round 2 for sure.
Oh, that's... it's one of those moments where a picture tells 1,000 words.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I think Mama Kiandra is definitely one of the talents we can look out for in this Asian Championship, and to debut at 12 years old, that's an achievement all in its own.
It's incredible, and qualifying for Superpole, what an achievement.
Yeah, on his first debut as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for now, we're looking at Dimas Julian Moko. Looks like he doesn't have the... he's got a decent first and second and third sector, so let's see where this places him. He did manage a 2:37.417 yesterday in his qualifying. So he comes across the line now. It looks like it's going to be somewhere within the 38s or 39s for him. I was mistaken, it's a 2:40.43 for Dimas. So let's see now, it's Nazrul Izzat. He comes across now, and it's going to be a decent left for Nazrul. He's got a really strong second and third sector. I think this is, yeah, it's well in the 38s, 2:38.425 for Nazrul Izzat. Let's see whether he can get a good response. He has been fastest throughout all the sectors, so this is going to be a really good time for Shao Shazraz. And he comes across, it's going to be a 35 for him, I think. Yep, it's a 35.176 for Shao Shazraz.
So he jumps to the top, and that's really impressive, especially considering that heart-stopping crash he had yesterday.
Yeah, and to think that he's done this without slipstream, and that's a really, really good time from a 35.1.
Yeah, brilliant. And looking now at
This is still Charles Chazas on the screen. So he's the fastest so far in this session, and yeah, this is going to put pressure on all the fastest riders from qualifying, because he's done the 35-1 without any slipstream, because it is Superpole, so there's no slipstream at all, but to do that, it's a really good time.
Yeah, he's certainly put a marker down for the perhaps established front runners who will be going out a lot later. So let's see, so I've just got back from pit lane, and I guess we're on to the second group.
Yep, that's right.
Coming now.
I think, yeah, when Charles Chazas came around, that did conclude the first group for the Superpole. Sorry, Shafiq Rossi was the one who completed the group for the Superpole. So Shafiq Rossi, decent time from him at 37.455. Just trying to have a look at the previous Superpole timings that we've had, to take it as a reference point to just really see how great that lap from Charles Chazas has been.
Yeah, Superpole laps are so challenging. Any mistake and you will find yourself placed at number 15 on the grid. Especially around such a long circuit as this. It's, you're looking at 235, 240 that Dimas Juliet Moko put in. But the whole point, of course, is that we know in qualifying that slipstreaming plays a huge part. And with Superpole, we just isolate the rider and the machine.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the 2020 Superpole times now. The fastest time was done by Ahmad Fazl Sham, and I still remember on the Cardinals bike, he was absolutely, he had the outright pace. But the rest were doing 235. The fastest 235 was Wahyu Aji doing a 235.0, and Iqbal Abdul did a 235.5. So that, if we take 2020 results and let's just fit Charles Chazas' timing in that order, he would have been well in the front row of the grid. So that is a really good time from Charles Chazas. Fast as well in first free practice from him.
Absolutely. Nice one, Daniel. Thank you. Do you want to take a break?
Definitely.
Good. So we're swapping around. Daniel's going to pit lane, and we just saw Pirapong Louis Bimpeng making his way out to pit exit, and here he comes out on the track now in the second group. Pirapong, the only Thai rider in the underbone class, but very experienced on underbones. You see Fazl Sham go to join him. And April King Moscado, who's had a mixed session. He had one or two problems yesterday, but he's kept himself very much in the mix and performed well in qualifying yesterday. Green flag there for Ahmad Fazl Sham, who again had a terrific day yesterday. He ended up 7th in qualifying, but showed well through the 2 free practice sessions too. And that's FIM ARRC waiting for the green flag, and there it goes. So he's next out in this group. Mistaken, FIM ARRC will be next out. So we switch back to Pirapong Louis Bimpeng, as I was saying, a very experienced rider and a very accomplished racer. In his home country, Thailand, he's a leading light in the 400 championship. He's, like most of these underbone riders, he's very lightly built, so this type of racing, underbone racing, suits him. Riding, of course, for the team All for One. as he has done for several years now. And fun fact about Team All for One is that the team owner is none other than Wichi Wee, who those of a certain age will recall as one of the most successful and exciting 125 GP riders from around the turn of the century, which is a nice way to put it. But 99, 2001, Wichi Wee was the rider that if he got away, nobody could touch him. Now he has this team. He's also actively involved coaching riders for Yamaha Thailand. I'm just looking at Pierapong's times now. And Gupita Krishna, double champion. He's coming round. This will be his out lap. So shaping up to begin his flying lap. And Pierapong has got business underway. And he's really going for it. He had a disappointing home race in round one. We didn't see anything like the best of him. Indeed, his teammate, Oezu, was the one that really shone through from Team All for One. Pierapong will want to put that right this time around. Nice and neat. Let's see how he manages the slipstream. He's got just a little fairing on that to hold back the wind, but we see riders just put their heads down, maybe peeping through the handlebars, just trying to minimize the wind resistance. So Pierapong, he's had two good sectors, sector 1, sector 2. And he's looking neat and fast through sector 3. Also on track we've got April King Moscato, we'll be taking a look at in a minute, and Gupita Krishna, as Pierapong comes up to the final turn, turn 15. A little hesitation as he tipped in there, but let's see what that means as he comes to the line. Target time's 2:35. He stops the clock at 2:37.828, so that puts him provisionally on the front row. And here comes Gupita. Let's see what he can do. This is not such a quick one, I think, for Gupita as he puts his head down. 34, 35. 36, 37.4. So that puts him in P3 provisionally, and Pierapong just bumped down a couple of places to 5th. Although for the race, it's anybody's guess. Ahmed Fazrul Sham stops the clock here at 2:36.0, so he goes second, still at the top is the local rider and a wild card for this race, although a very well-known name in this championship, Shiraz Shirol. And FIM ARRC comes through now. He's the next one, round turn 15. Head down, keep it down, that's it. You need time. Here we go, 34, 35, 36.4. So that's also pretty decent. So provisional front row. Shiraz Shirol is holding pole position for now. Ahmed Fazrul Sham is on 2:36 and FIM ARRC on 2:36.4. And we've got April King Moscato on a 2:36.9. Gupita Krishna in 5th, 2:37, and completing the provisional second row, Shafiq Rosli. Let's take a look. We've got the Cardinals bike out on track of, that was number 50 at FIM ARRC. In qualifying, he did a 2:35 yesterday. That, of course, would be most likely with the benefit of slipstream. And looking down at the provisional third row, we've got Pirapoglu, Peng, Nazarov, Izzat, and Dimas Juliet Moko. Looking at the pits now at Wayu Haji Trilaksana, I think. And just next to him, the bike of his teammate, Fazli Shah. So Wayu Haji will be out with the last group. He was 5th in qualifying yesterday, so he will be the first of the final group to go out. As we just see Ayman Tayruddin waiting. Another rider who was fast all the way through free practice and qualifying yesterday. Did the best time of 34.7, 34.8, near enough. And that's the ever popular, ever fast Fazli Sham on the number 46 bike. And that's Afisa Rosa, another much fancied rider for this race, who's been fast and consistent all the way through. So you can expect these riders to shake up the existing order. But for now, Shiraz Sharol Yuzi is on provisional pole position. That's Izzat Zaidi, who was fastest in qualifying yesterday, with that time of 2:33.3. He will be the last rider to join the track. As we look now, here comes Wayu Haji Trilaksana, of course, the championship leader after round 1 at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. And following him at a respectful 20-second gap will be Ayman Tayruddin. As we watch the very, very tall 4 underbone rider, Fazli Sham, come out. We've been talking about his techniques to optimize his aerodynamics by the way he folds that lanky frame down to make himself aerodynamic on that machine. And his results say that his stature has not been a disadvantage when competing in these 150 class. So we've got Wayu Haji, Fazli Sham, Ayman Tayruddin on their out laps. And there goes Fazli Sham. And again, it's just one flying lap for these riders. It's a very pure test of riding skill, discipline and focus, and of course of the machine preparation. So we'll stay with Wayu Haji. He's in sector 2 now. 35.3. Tayruddin. So we've got Wayu Haji, Ayman Tayruddin, Fisa Rosa, Fazli Sham and Izzat. These could easily dominate the first 2 rows of the grid. And so here comes Wayu Haji Trilaksana at 2. Start his flying lap. Ahead deep down. We watched his technique of keeping himself aerodynamic by peeping through the handlebars, and he put his head right down there. That's Untitled on the Cardinals machine. Comes through to start his lap. And their target, of course, is Shiraz Shiroyuzi. And that's Hafisa Rosa. He's now in Sector 3. And coming down the back straight. Wayuaji had a decent Sector 1 on his flying lap. Untitled was 0.2 quicker. And it was a good second sector also for Wayuaji. Through the heat haze there, we are with Wayuaji now. His target, of course, 235.176, and he's putting everything into this to get himself a good starting position. Hopefully pole, the championship leader. He already has 2 championships under his belt. He had a couple of lackluster seasons, but he looks very much like the Wayuaji, the imperious Wayuaji, one of the heroes of underbone racing. He even has a sports stadium named after him in his hometown in Indonesia. As he makes his way down the back straight. And Wayuaji had the fastest Sector 3 so far, so keep your eyes on him. He's coming into final turn, turn 15. 235 is the target as he gets his head down. And he is going to 235.2. He puts himself in the provisional second spot, the middle of the front row. So a nice lap there from Wayuaji. Very quick. He had the fastest so far, Sector 3 and Sector 4s. Watch now. Tyrudin come through. 236.8, which puts him provisionally in the middle of the second row. And with a 236.8, which is a very decent time with no assistance from slipstream. And Hafisa Rosa goes through in 235.4 and onto the provisional outside of the front row, so third fastest time with just 2 riders left to go. Here's one of them, Fazli Sham. Fazli Sham stops the clock at 237.0. Not quite what he's capable of, but a decent time. That puts him provisionally 8th and therefore in the middle of the third row. And here comes Izzat Zaidi. He was fastest in qualifying, and so the last man out in the Superpole competition. As we watch him come round and onto the back straight, I believe. So here you have the results. The early fastest man, Shiraz Shiroyuzi, took first place. Second, Wayuaji Trilexana starts from the middle of the front row. Third fastest, Hafisa Rosa. Fourth, Izzat Zaidi. Fifth fastest, Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Sixth, Afifan Ram. Seventh, Ayman Tyrudin. And eighth, April King Moscado. Good performance for him. Starting 9th is Ahmad Fazli Shan. 10th, Gupita Krishna, another double underbone champion. 11th, Shafiq Crosley. 12th, Pirapong Lubing Pen, the sole Thai representative. 13th, Nazrul Izzat. 14th, Dimas Juliat Moko, and 15th, Kiandra Ramadiva, who did not make a time in that session, but he was the only one that didn't, and he will therefore start from 15th on the grid. And that concludes a highly entertaining and absorbing Superpole competition. Congratulations to Shiraz Shawaryuzi for the wildcard. And let's take a look at the highlights. And here we see Dimas Juliat Moko, one of the early riders, out onto the circuit. He ended up in 14th on the grid, so decent starting position for him. And the bike being pushed up there, you can see was his teammate Kiandra, who managed to complete a lap. And as we just watch, number 61, that's Shirol completing his fastest lap. And then it took until the last section before Wayuaji came through to take second place. Pirapong had a pretty decent lap. And Pirapong put himself in 12th position, so leading the 4th row of the grid. But as you will see when we start, grid positions don't mean a whole lot once the lights go out at the start of an ARRC underbone race. Really aggressive there from Ahmad Fazli Shan, and a good lap for him to put himself in the middle of the 2nd row. And FIM ARRC joins him on the 2nd row with 2:36 for the Cardinal Racing Honda. Izzat Saidi, who was really dominant yesterday. He leads the 2nd row thanks to a lap of 2:35.5. So the 4th quickest were in the 2:35s. And that style we can see from Afisa Rosa, who's fast all day yesterday, came through. So the only rider not completing a lap was Kiandra. The wildcard, Shiraz Shawaryuzi, has put himself on pole position. Wayuaji, Havisa Rosi. We will be back for the race this afternoon, and we'll see you in 10 minutes for ASB 1000.
So we're down at the Honda Idemitsu Racing Team pit, with none other than the fastest man from qualifying, Shazaz Yuzi. So, Shazaz, we saw you in practice. You were fast all the way through it. An unfortunate incident down in the run into turn 4 in practice 2, but you've been nothing less than spectacular this whole weekend. What was your mindset coming into Superpole, knowing that you had all these top contenders coming in and coming up first now?
Syukur Alhamdulillah, I want to say thanks to my team for doing my bike very good. Yesterday they worked until night, so I just want to give them a reward for them and for me reward. So I just try my best and I just want to take out my potential to do the best one.
I'm curious, like when it comes to the Asia Racing Championship, you have all these big names. Do you think that there's a potential to pull away, or do you think that it's going to be a fight as usual all the way till the end?
Yeah, of course will be fight, but I try my best to be in the top position and I will try to protect my position. But I think I just tawakal and redha. I just try my best and yang penting gaspol.
Thanks so much, Shazaz, and back to Barry.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We're here, as you probably know, because you've been following us all weekend so far, for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And after that announcement about round 3, we're back and we're just over 5 minutes into the qualifying session for the heavy metal bikes, the ASB 1000, and the defending champion, currently on your screen, Aslan Sharp Kamaruzzaman. As he comes across the line, let's see who's going to set the early pace. That's a good early lap for Aslan. It's 209.4. Not quite as quick as the 208.3, which was set by Haruki Noguchi. That was a really fast one. And as the time shakes through, Kazma Daniel, the fastest man yesterday, by a whisker from Zakwan, he moves to the top position with a 207.855. And Aslan, the body language says it all. He's putting the work in. He's on a medium front and a soft rear. If you look at the two Honda Asia Dream by Showa Machines of Zakwan Zaidi, who was fastest nearly all day yesterday before getting pipped by a cigarette paper by Kazma Daniel. And he's been followed by the class rookie, Gary Salim. And Zakwan jumps to his customary place at the top, just leapfrogging by 0.2 of a second above Haruki Noguchi. Haruki Noguchi ran well yesterday, although we did not see him in free practice 3. And just going through there, well, there is Anupam Samoon, always a threat. And there is his Thailand Yamaha teammate, Apiwat Tananon. Anupam looking characteristically aggressive as he muscles that R1, chasing the twitchy-looking number 73 bike of Haruki Noguchi. Anupam's on a mission in the early stages of this qualifying session. It's a 40-minute session. We've had just 8 minutes, so plenty of time to go. And you can see Anupam, the plain front tire means it's a medium, and the pink strip on the back means it's running a soft rear. But he's trying to get around Haruki Noguchi. Haruki, it looks like he's holding him up. So let's see if Anupam can get past the 21-year-old Japanese rider. Haruki Noguchi, who burst into the ARRC scene just a few weeks ago at Buriram in Thailand, picking up a podium and a 4th place along the way. So these two are going to cross the line again now, and Haruki stops the clock at 207.6, so he's on a pretty decent pace. And Anupam, 207.256, just a little bit faster. So the leader currently, oh, and there's a good lap for Gary Salim. That's by far the best we've seen from him. He's clocked at 207.515 to put himself into provisional 5th position and ahead of Haruki Noguchi. And there is number 27, currently at the top, Kazma Daniel. We saw him running a plain black fairing in free practice yesterday. Now he's in the full blue crew colours. Running at the top. It's a pretty decent early lead he's got. Anupam Samoon is 0.177 of a second behind him, as we just stay with Kazma for a few turns. And also performing well here is Pasuit Titiwararak, who's jumped up the order from where we saw him yesterday. He's on 207.505. Just a whisker ahead of Gary Salim, who's come out and really impressed in this session. Just looking as a reference back to yesterday, Gary's best time was a 2:09.5, so he's found 2 seconds. We said he was improving steadily. Well, he's just taken a bit of a jump to take 2 seconds off around this Sepang International Circuit. Adam Noureddin on the BMW is in 7th position on a 2:07.8. So there were 7 riders in the 2:07s. We have Adam Noureddin. As we take a look here at Zakwan Zaidi, who undoubtedly had a hand in that step up that Gary Salim has taken. And he's going to come around and complete another lap. So let's see what he puts on the clock. 2:07.2. Not quite the fastest time, but he's showing good pace. Extremely rapid and well sorted Honda Asia Dream CBR 1000 RR space R. And Gary's still tracking him. And he's on, his last lap was a 2:07.557, so almost identical to his previous lap. Really good form from Gary Salim. That will give him a lot of confidence for the race. Another improving rider just behind them on another Honda, Pasuit Titiwararak, also sitting on a 2:07.5 and in 4th position, just slightly ahead of Gary Salim. Pasuit's best time yesterday, it's a similar jump. He was on a 2:09.6 yesterday and now onto a 2:07.5. Running, just notice hard front. I think that's a soft rear. We'll have another look. Yeah, hard front and soft rear. So experimenting a little bit there. Of course, for the ASB 1000s, we have the new Dunlop qualifying tyres for this season. Each rider has 1 set of qualifying tyres. You'll be able to spot them by the green flash on the outside. Kazma continues to sit at the top of the timing sheets. 0.14 ahead of Zakwan. Anupam, a few hundredths behind Zakwan. Pasuit, 2/10 behind him, so much better times being recorded. The possible exception of Apiwaka Tanamon, he's also in the 2:07, so we've got the first 9 now in the 2:07s. Quickest Casper Daniel on a 2:70 and Apiwak on 2:07.8. Hasan Shah Kamaruzaman, who we had a look at early in the session, he's on a 2:08.45. That BMW isn't quite in the shape that he needs it. He had a disappointing outing with a few things technically not right in Thailand in round 1. He looked a lot closer to the pace yesterday until the final session when he was doing some experimenting with the bike and didn't look totally happy on it. Yet to see TJ Alberto, who's in the pits for the Axis Plus team. And if you're looking at the timing screen, it says number 100 Titipong Morocco. I can confirm that Titipong is not at Sepang for this round. So a little disappointing for his legions of Thai fans. But so it goes. His erstwhile teammate, TJ Alberto, is in the pits and has only done an outlap so far. As we look down at the fastest man so far, the Jet Blue Racing ASEAN machine of Zakwan Zaidi. Yuki Ito, that's his bike there in the pits. They're putting tyre warmers on the hard front. He's also running a hard front and a soft rear, so that seems to be working for them because they were first and third yesterday in the final free practice session. Aslan Shah's back on the track. He's on an outlap currently. It's a fairly quick outlap. I beg your pardon, that's a flying lap for Aslan, so let's see. So I think he comes onto the back straight. Yuki Ito currently sitting on 8th, but it's so tight between the first 9 bikes. Anupab Samoon in the pits, as is his Yamaha Thailand teammate. We only currently have Casper Daniel and Aslan out on track now. Wildcard for Victor Racing. As we see an onboard shot, we've seen quite a few of these so far over the weekend. Let's just see how Aslan stops the clock, 208.7, so not an improvement for him, but it's good to see him on the track as he goes into the tricky, very tricky double right-hander turn 1 here at Sepang. To Honda Asia Dream machines. Zakwan Saidi on the right and Gary Salim on the left. As we were observing yesterday, some of these pits, and certainly the Asia Dream Honda by Showa pit is a very unhurried looking pit, very well organised, and they will be pleased so far with the progress in this session, with Zakwan sitting in 2nd place, and he will be locked in a battle without a doubt for pole position as this session continues. Just halfway through, not even halfway through at the moment, and I'll be particularly pleased with the class rookie Gary Salim to go back to Aslan Shah. So we've got Anupab in 3rd, Pasowit 4th, Gary Salim 5th, Adam Noradin, Aslan Shah's teammate, in 6th, but very tight. He's just less than half a second slower than Casper Daniel at the top. Also good to see Victor Racing back in the ARRC fold. They have a wildcard rider here, Ahmed Daniel Heikel. He's done a best time so far of 2:10.4. As we look at Aslan, because there is almost nobody else to look at. Aslan comes across to complete another lap, 2:08.6, so he's in the mid 2:08s. Do with finding another second ideally. That sounds like a lot, but this is a very long lap here at Sepang International. And that's, as we just mentioned, that's Daniel Heikel just coming through behind Aslan Shah. And we're on board again, I'm guessing this time with Zakwan, because he was carrying the onboard camera yesterday. Let's see, he's coming out behind Gary Salim this time. See if that changes once they get onto the track, but great performance so far from these two Honda Asia Dream Racing riders. Just looking at the sectors now, this looks very strong. There's Yuki Ito, who didn't show up as we know him in the first round, but is very much here. He finished 3rd fastest yesterday, and he's very much in touch today on a 2:07.7. As we see Haruki Noguchi complete another lap, that's a 2:08.2. So not close to his best, but good for him. And if you look at the helmet next time we have a head-on shot, you'll see the big cartoon eyes on the front of the helmet, as many of you will recall, was carried for many years in MotoGP by the great Japanese rider Shinya Nakano. And here comes Zakwan coming down to turn 15 on another lap. It's good to see him putting a whole load of laps together. He's cruising now, so he's going to be coming into the pits. Just as I said, he's putting some laps together. Let's come back to Zakwan's leading. We haven't seen the green flash of the qualifying tyres yet. And we have yet to see TJ Alberto on the Ducati Panigale. And we've just noticed there that Zakwan is once again giving Gary Salim a tow. And it certainly worked out last time. So they're going to come around and complete their outlap now. Zakwan will be on a mission to lead from pole position in this afternoon's race. But Gary Salim very close to him this time. Looking at the other contenders here, Anupab still in the pits for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. So just jumping off the timing screen at me here is the top speed numbers and the fastest bike. You might expect it to be a Honda or a BMW, but it's actually the Yamaha of Haruki Noguchi, who's gone through the speed trap at 295.9 kilometers per hour. Happy Watt also quick at 290. The Honda of Pasewit Tibirara on 293 kilometers per hour. And we go on board again. With Zakwan, who was kind enough to carry the camera around for us yesterday, and so it happened again today. Next time we get a close look from the outside, let's check the colour strip on the tyres to see if they're running qualifying tyres yet. Anyway, you are on board with the Master. Coming down the back straight on the first flying lap, this time out for this stint by the two Honda Asia Dream riders. Look at the times now. This looks like it will be a quick one for Zakwan. Very decent lap for Zakwan, 207.553. Showing good pace. It's not the fastest yet, but good pace. And Gary Salim at 207.6, so showing that he can do more than just one really fast lap. Just backed off a little bit. Let's have a look at the rear tyre. No, they're not running qualifiers yet. So this is much more indicative of the race pace we will see this afternoon. Divisional poleman Daniel Kazmaidin in the pits. And I guess it's a reflection of his style and how quick he is through the technical sections that his top speed is well down on the fastest, 283.5. That's not slow, but it's 7 kilometers per hour slower than the fastest we've seen so far, which is Haruki Noguchi. And there is TJ Alberto. Get another glimpse of that gorgeous red and black Ducati Panigale, number 77. Distinctive bike and the distinctive helmet of TJ Alberto. good yesterday. His best time so far today is a 2:10. Yesterday 2:10.4. So he's, having just come out, he's almost as fast as he was at his best yesterday. TJ, of course, riding for the Access Plus Ducati team. So Gary takes a little stint in front as they go around at cruising to the shop's pace towards the pits. So if we get a view of what's happening in the pits with these two, it could be a good guess that the qualifying tyres will be going on for the next and probably their final stint. Let's just keep our eyes on this as we can as Zakwan hops off. The blower comes out to keep the engine cool. Of course, it's as hot as ever here, although not as hot as it can be in Sepang. As an occasional visitor to this part of the world, I normally expect it to be much hotter and much more humid than it is, but it's a relatively, I'm just going to check my weather app now, but I think it's a relatively clement, let me see, 31 degrees. So that's not so hot. I know it's not the hottest time of the day yet. We'll see higher temperatures than that by the time we come to race time. And, let's take another look at Victor Racing's Ahmed Daniel Heikel. Best time so far for him, 2:10.4. Decent time for the wild card. And everybody in the paddock is pleased to see Victor Racing back amongst us. Ahmed Daniel getting cooled down there. Looking relaxed, as well he might, having topped yesterday's times in free practice. Sitting on provisional pole position now, although by just 0.14 of a second from Zakwan. Zakwan is not finished yet. There are the two Yamaha Jet Blue Racing ASEAN machines, Kazma and Yuki Ito. And watch as you see the tyre warmer come off the back there of Zakwan's machine, because it's a very safe bet that there'll be a green strip on it. And the two BMWs of Aslan and Adam Noradin sitting in the pits, so you can expect the qualifying tyres to go on now. As well as the qualifiers, we've got brand new front tyres from Dunlop for this season. Tyres are designed and in fact are delivering better stability under braking, particularly trail braking through corners. Visor down and focus there for Apiwatwong Tananon. He's done a 207.8, which is well in touch with the top, but he'll be looking to move himself up the order. His teammate Anupab, just 0.6 of a second quicker, is in third. So it's very tight here. As we take a look at Haruki Noguchi's Yamaha. Again, this is another one of those pits. This is a new team to ARRC. But again, it's another one of these pits where everything seems to be calm in the pit box. TJ Alberto, there you see the qualifying tyre with that clear green strip on the back. So this is his push to get himself up the order and towards the front of the grid for this afternoon's race one. It could be good for up to a second off his lap time. And these qualifiers last quite well. You can get up to perhaps 3 flying laps. Perhaps here at Sepang it's a longer lap, but they could certainly get 2 really good qualifying laps in. So Adam Noradin prepares to get back out again, and I think that was one of the Gen Blue Yamahas joining in the background there. So it's the one XOX TKKR BMW of Adam Noradin rejoining. And here comes, I think that was Kazma Daniel getting back on the bike there, and there is Aslan Shah waiting. One of the great professionals of motorcycle racing and racing superbikes. He knows exactly when and how hard to push. He's had a disappointing outing so far by his exalted standards, the defending champion. Best time so far, 2:08.4. And he'll be looking for something better. But he will focus himself and give it the full beans sometime within the next 8 minutes, because we've got about 8.5 minutes left of this ASB 1000 qualifying session. He sits impassively with a fan keeping him as cool as possible. As we go back to his teammate Adam Noradin. He's on his out lap. Probably just gone on an out lap. And there is the qualifying tyre going on the back of Zakwan's machine. That's a medium front he's running. And Gary Salim, same setup as these two go out for the final push. Haven't seen it, but I think Kazma Daniel is out lap currently. So in the next 7.5 minutes, you can see some changes in the order on the timing screens. As we come out on board, I'm pretty sure this is with Zakwan Zaidi. Really nice view of what the rider sees as they come out of pit lane. And there goes Aslan Shah for his final push. Also carrying an onboard camera, so these two great Malaysians, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman and Zakwan Zaidi, both carrying onboard cameras. That's Yuki Ito. So good to see Yuki Ito back on form. Things weren't right for him and the team. Round one, he had a disappointing outing then, but my goodness, he's come back strongly now. And here's his compatriot, the exciting 21-year-old, also from Japan, Haruki Noguchi. And you can expect him to pop up to the top three at any moment. Now they're all out on these qualifying tyres. There goes Abiwak Montananon, number 24, just behind him. His teammate, they often run together, they're both on qualifying tyres. Anupab so far sitting in third position. Apiwat needs to move up, or wants to move up from 9. He'll be determined to move up from 9th position. We're used to seeing him starting from the front row, and you certainly wouldn't bet against it happening again today. You see that distinctive style of Anupab backing that big R1 to that right-hander. They've got Haruki Noguchi just in front of them. Outlap, of course, for these guys. So we've got Abiwak, Anupab, and Haruki Noguchi in our sights now. Any one of these can be expected to disrupt the timing screens. Yuki Ito's having a good lap, 207.332. That's his best lap. He'll be looking to do it again, only a little bit faster, while the qualifying tyres are nice and hot and sticky. As the three we've been watching, Haruki, Apiwat and Anupab, peel into the final turn, turn 15 at Sepang. Apiwat's the first out. What difference are the qualifying tyres making to him? Well, Haruki Noguchi has gone to the top, as we said he might, with 205.753. Apiwat 205.924, and Anupam 206.394. So we've just seen the potential of these super sticky qualifying tyres. And let's check. Kazma Daniel comes across in a 206.1. So that changes the order to Haruki first, then Apiwat Wongtananon, then Kazma Daniel, who was sitting at the top while they were running around on race tyres. Fourth, Anupab Samu, and fifth currently Adam Noureddin. And we're back with Zakwan now. He'll have something to say about this. There's been a yellow flag there, and there's a bike off at the side. I think that might be Aslan Shah. Yes, it is Aslan Shah's machine. We just saw the number 25, but we're back now with Zakwan Zaidi. And we flip back because Yuki Ito is about to finish another lap. He's had a good first three sectors. Zakwan's not far behind him. So when we switch to the shot of the front straight, Zakwan comes up to the finish line. He stops the clock at 205.669, and he goes to the top, just bumping down Haruki Noguchi. So best lap so far from the Malaysian multiple ARRC champion Zakwan Zaidi, just ahead of the class rookie and series rookie Haruki Noguchi, the impressive and exciting Japanese rider. Apiwat still sitting there in third, and we're on board again with Zakwan. Ride with the master for a few turns under the Dunlop Bridge. Fantastic view, not only of what the rider's going through, but of the circuit in the background. Kazma Daniel now on your screen, going across at 205.429. So we've got four riders now in the 205s, the fastest of them, Kazma Daniel, who's resumed his place at the top that he carried from free practice yesterday. He's ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, he's ahead of Apiwat Wongtananon, and Haruki Noguchi currently in fourth position from Anupam and Yuki Ito. Fantastic lap there from Kazma Daniel. There could be one more very fast lap on these qualifiers coming. So 1 minute 30 before the checkered flag comes out. It's not over. So you take a look at Zakwan. He's pushing his way down the back straight now. Great onboard shot as well in the corner of your screen. He comes into turn 15. He's coming in there nice and early, looking at the time. Punches it out with that full Honda power. A little wiggle, comes across the line, and he's going to stop the clock at 205.215. Zakwan back to the top. Look at that, and trying not to show any emotion there in the pits, because his crew knows it's still not quite over. So fantastic lap there from Zakwan Zaidi. So he's got Kazma provisionally next to him on the front row. And as we say, we normally see Apiwat Wongtananon on the front row. Provisionally, he's third at the moment. Let's see what Kazma has to say. This will be the last. No, he'll get one more lap in, actually. Twitch into the final turn, so that will mean there won't be a change in his time, or a favourable change anyway. He punches it to the line. Let's see what he stops the clock at this time around. Oh, 205.205. Even with that twitch coming into the final turn under braking, he still managed to get 10 hundredths of a second on Zakwan Zaidi. That is probably going to be, unless Zakwan's got something left in his tyres, but the checkered flag is out now. So that's it. breathtaking stuff. The qualifying tyres run by these riders has really brought something extra to the ASB 1000 class and the 600s, of course, with running these. Zakwan still flying out on track. Don't know whether he's caught sight of any timing screens or what's in his mind right now. But provisionally he's starting from the front. Just 10 hundredths of a second separate him and the provisional pole sitter Kazma Daniel. This is the last time in qualifying that Zakwan Zaidi will come round turn 15. All eyes on Zakwan. He's not gonna, there's no change this time. 205.9. A phenomenally fast lap, but not going to change pole position, which is, we can confirm, has been taken by Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN Yamaha team. Zakwan second. Apiwat Wongtananon, as we often see him on the front row, he'll be on the outside of the front row. Leading the second row will be Haruki Noguchi, joined by Anupab and Yuki Ito, both on Yamahas. And leading the third row will be Pasawit Titiwararak. We haven't seen him for a few minutes on track, but that's a really nice performance from him, 206.6. Two BMWs of Adam Noureddin and Aslan Shah. Their times are decent, and look, there's a delighted Kazma Daniel. He was the fastest man in free practice, now he's the fastest man in qualifying. He's just got the race in front of him, race 1 this afternoon and race 2 tomorrow. He's got one of the biggest grins in this ARC paddock, and you can just about see it now as he flips up the visor on his KRT helmet to have a conversation with Adam Noureddin. They are a same age group, these two have done a lot of racing together, and as you can see, there's they're rivals, but there's no bitterness in it. So let's confirm after that the breathtaking qualifying is Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin on pole position for this afternoon with a 205.2. Middle of the front row, Zakwan Zaidi, 205.215. Apiwat Wongtananon third. Also in the 205s, Haruki Noguchi still in the 205s on fourth position and leading the second row from Anupab Samoon and Yuki Ito. Leading the third row, Pasawit Titiwararak on the Thai Honda and Adam Noureddin. The fastest of the BMWs on a 207.002 in P8. And looking ninth position, Gary Salim. Fantastic improvement from yesterday's times with a 207.2. Aslan Shah 208.45. Disappointing for him, but he was always a threat. And TJ Alberto on the Access Plus Racing Ducati 208.9. And wildcard Ahmed Daniel Haikor on a 210.4. And looking at the highlights of the session, there's the sensational Haruki Noguchi, the 21-year-old who kept us on the edge of our seats, or on the tips of our toes in my case, throughout this session. He ended up fourth, having spent a few moments at the top, and he was chased by another of the consistently fast riders in that session, Anupab Samoon, another rider who is always a threat. Great performances from those two. Haruki was the fourth rider to get into the 205s, and Pasawit Titiwararak, an impressive improvement in qualifying over his times in free practice yesterday. He's a class rookie, but going so well on the Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. And here is the man that really owned that session, despite the threats and pushing from Zakwan Zaidi. The young Malaysian Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin prevailed in the end. Will he prevail this afternoon? We'll see who's got the pace, but it looks good for him. It's going to be a cracking race this afternoon. And here are the two Hondas of Zakwan and Gary Salim. Zakwan helped his teammate to improve greatly on yesterday, more than 2-second improvement from Gary Salim's time. Another class rookie, but making fantastic progress on the Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa Honda CBR 1000 RRR. He qualifies, Gary Salim qualifies in 9th with a time of 2:07.2, and it was Zakwan, of course, who just got pipped by 10th of a second. There is Zakwan. His pace has been good. He will certainly start with a winning intention this afternoon. Let's see what the others can have to say about that. And there we have Casper Daniel, and that was a slip on his fastest lap. He made that slip and still managed to pull off to 5.2. Without that, he might even have got to a 5.1 or even a 205 dead. We will never know, but that was a fantastic performance by Casper Daniel, and there is the man who finished second. We'll okay, we're going live to Daniel, who's with the fastest man at Casper Daniel Kazmayuddin.
So we're down at Park Fermi with none other than Kasma Daniel. So Kasma, you had an amazing performance all throughout practice sessions yesterday, and on that last lap in qualifying, you just edged out Zakwan Zaidi. Even though there was a slight mistake, I think, at turn 15, you managed a great time. So do you think you got what it takes to pull away, or do you think that Zakwan and his Honda are going to keep charging up from behind you in the race?
For sure, for the race, I cannot pull away because I know Zakwan and also all the bike and the rider was quite good also, and also the bike of Zakwan was really fast. And anyway, I just want to say thank you to the team because make the good setup for my bike. And yeah, I'm happy for P1 in qualifying because this is also my best time in Sepang of the year. So syukur alhamdulillah. So thanks.
One more thing, I noticed that after the swap to the qualifying tires, I noticed that the lap time dipped quite a lot. Do you think that there's going to be a big difference between race pace and the qualifying time?
Yes, for sure. We make a qualifying time with the qualifying tire was 0.5, and for sure in the race time maybe 0.6. In the race pace, I think it's possible, but impossible sometimes to 0.5 consistently in race pace.
Thanks so much, Kasma, and back to you, Barry.
And that concludes the morning's qualifying action. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We're going to take a short break and be back at 12:30. We have a packed program of 5 races this afternoon. We'll be back, as I said, at 12:30. The first race will be with the TVS Asia One Make Championship, debuting in the ARRC. Don't miss that. And then that will be followed by the UB 150s, the AP 250s, and concluding with the Super Sport and ASB 1000 later this afternoon. We'll see you back here live at 12:30.
Welcome to the Malaysian Motorcycle Grand Prix, and as you can see, it's a huge crowd, a sea of yellow and blue, most of them supporting Valentino Rossi this weekend. Also, we have our local riders, a huge event. Tickets have been sold out. Malaysian MotoGP! Go Jack! Go Jack!
Aku Syarin, you can do it!
He's been control, Maverick Vinales. The checkered flag is out, Vinales is victorious. It's Mavericks Malaysia!